Welcome to this meeting of the RAS Education and Outreach and Strategy and that sort of thing. I'm not going to be too precise about this. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Andy Newsom. I'll be chairing this morning's session, hopefully just making sure that people keep to time. We do have quite a tight day today, and if we sneak into lunchtime, we get less lunch. Just thought I'd make that very clear to everybody. I haven't got any housekeeping announcements, but obviously if a fire alarm goes off, then leave through the fire exits, as you would expect. There'll be people to guide you out. You can see here the programme for this morning. Apologies we haven't got printouts of those, try and get those sorted out this afternoon. But we're going to start off with Belinda Wilkes, who's going to give a welcome to everybody and an outline of the education and outreach strategy. Belinda.
This is a good chair to start. He gets everybody woken up. It's great. So yeah, I'd like to also welcome you here today. It's a pleasure to do so for this SEM meeting on education and outreach with the RAS. My name is Belinda Wilkes, and I'm on the RAS Council, and several of us have a special dispensation not to be upstairs, well, upstairs in the other building today for this meeting that we're organizing. So that was nice. I'm the chair of the RAS Strategy Working Group on education and outreach. And so this SDM was part of our strategy. We decided to propose for it right from the beginning. Because we want to get the fellows of the Royal Astronomical Society and anyone who's doing outreach involved in discussing what our strategy should be. So this is timed as we finish or almost finish the strategy drafts and start moving towards implementation. So it's really good timing. And we seek to learn about the variety of education and outreach activities that you're all doing, and hear your ideas about how the society should move forward in order to maximize our impact on the communities that need it most. So you already said the program's available. So yes, so I will start. I'd like to introduce the strategy working group, which is listed here. I think almost a lot of people are in the room, not everyone. So Joe Barstow, Emma Bunce, Phil Diamond is up in the RAS meeting. Sheila Kanani, Steve Miller, both here. Robert Mass is always also upstairs. Lucinda Offer, Andy Newsom, you've met, and myself. So, okay, I don't have much time, so I'll go fairly quickly. One of the first things we did, apart from proposing this SDM, was a survey run very ably by the RAS staff, led by Sheila. And so I'll just go through a quick just a few of the things. We found a lot of things out, but just a few of the things that we found out from that. We had 170 people respond, 129 of whom are fellows. So there are many people involved in this who are not fellows of the RAS, but obviously friends and doing very important work. There were a variety of career levels, audiences, event types, and media involved in all of these. So just a few slides here. These are the types of outreach that were included. And there's just a lot, social media, remote observing, careers talks, Q&A panels, podcasts, etc. And the next slide shows the face-to-face outreach. And there are even more different varieties of this, as you can see. So we're a very active society already in terms of education and outreach. And I think our aim with this strategy is to focus it on people who aren't getting to hear from us so that we can impact as many different people as possible. The next slide shows the audiences. So from everywhere, from nursery school up to the general public, adults, families, youth groups, everything in between. So many different kinds of people. The other thing that amazed me was how many outreach events some of these people do. I thought I did quite a bit, and I maybe do a talk, maybe a month. One talk a month would be good for me. Some people are doing thousands per year of these outreach events. So this is incredible. I'm not even up with the average. I don't think so. So I've got to get my skates on here. So anyway, very involved. So the summary of the survey, the main things we came out with were that there are many fellows on the mailing list that are involved in education and outreach. They enjoy doing so. Certainly, I enjoy doing so when I do. So it's not a surprise, but it's great to hear. There's a wide variety of types. The audiences have a wide range. Most events result, and this is perhaps an important key point, most events result from invitations or personal connections with individuals and organizations. I know that's how mine talks come along, for example. So in some sense, it's a closed group, unless we really go out there and open up to other people. I'm sure a lot of the things we heard about, for example, yesterday are not closed groups at all. So it's not a general statement. So that's what the next thing says. Yeah, the RAS 200 teams and orbits, etc., actually go into schools or go into particular communities. So our aim, the biggest aim of the outreach, is to harness the fellows and the other people involved in this and direct at least some of their education and outreach activities towards the RAS strategic goals, which we're all developing together. So onto the strategy. First of all, I wanted to give a little statement of why we want to do this, because in fact, the president asked me this question when we were at the strategy away day, and I realized it's important to be able to answer it. We just sort of take for granted that we need to reach people who aren't here. But clearly, there are reasons that people can't access education outreach by the RAS or science in general. They might not go to good schools, their parents might not support education, it might be a hand-to-mouth kind of situation where there just isn't time. And also there are a lot of people who just get discouraged from doing it, particularly girls and minorities. So it's very important to give these people a step up, and that's what we aim to do. So the statement below is then our overarching vision at the top of our strategy: to deliver quality E&O programs in both astronomy and geophysics, taking full advantage of the ability of our science to inspire, which we know it does, and to promote an interest in and understanding in STEM as a whole, and make the most of our subjects' potential for enhancing well-being, quality of life, and for providing reflection on our place in the universe. We have 4 top-level strategic aims, which I'm listing here, and then below with a few of the objectives that come after those aims in this strategy. So to deliver high-impact E&O programs and to reach the public and future scientists independent of their background. So increasing reach and impact by targeting underserved communities, and to regularly review the processes and the impact and be able to change those targets as needed. To establish the RAS as an authoritative voice for E&O and resources on astronomy and geophysics. And so we'll be updating the websites, for example, and distributing, we already do, but social media, etc., to reach more people, and provide interactive service to connect people, answer questions, etc. To fully engage and support our fellows in E&O programs and provide specific support to ensure their skills make a positive impact on the world. So we want to get more RAS fellows and others involved in this, to engage them, to provide training, to target their work, to track that work, and assess the impact of that work, and reward the fellows who do the best in some sense, or the most perhaps, and to promote and provide information, advice, and guidance for careers and opportunities in astronomy and geophysics. So we should be a go-to place for that. And then finally, lessons that we've learned, particularly from RAS 200, to nurture partnerships that support our overarching vision and our strategic ambitions in education and outreach, and seek and share resources to facilitate those collaborations. So learn from and collaborate with other organizations who do similar activities, and foster collaborations with which facilitate access to targeted communities that we may not already have connections in. So I went through that very quickly. I think our slides will be available if you want to look at that again. This is our draft strategy, and there are many more details. The implementation process is now starting, I think, going forward from this meeting. So, are there any questions at this point?
Could wait for a microphone.
Yeah, so loads of amazing new stats. I wondered if you studied extent of visits, like repeated visits, as well as just sheer number of visits?
Oh, I don't know. Did we do that, Sheila?
How often
Yeah.
do people go back?
I don't think we asked that question. I think
No.
we just asked number. And, yeah, oh, sorry.
So I don't think we asked about repeated visits. I think we just asked numbers and sort of age ranges for that. It was a really kind of quick and dirty Google form. It would be really interesting to find out more about longitudinal visits as well, though.
I didn't think it was that quick and dirty. I thought you did a great job, but not that question. Thanks. Someone at the back.
Hi, thank you so much for that. I have maybe a question that opens up a can of worms, but it is when we talk about impact. And I'm just wondering what the thoughts are here about how you actually measure impact, but also then how you account for outreach events that have different nature or also different areas. For instance, if you give a talk in a very rural area, maybe less people will turn up than that you give an area, or that you give a talk in a more densely populated area. So I'm just wondering about thoughts there.
Yeah, there is a talk later on by Sarah. Sarah in the room? I haven't actually met her.
No, she's. I
Anyway.
don't think she's here yet.
Okay.
I mean, that's one of the things I think we've learned a lot about from doing RAS 200, because we did have such a range of projects, and some of them reached a lot of people, but some of them targeted a few people, but really in depth. And by working with Genesis, which is Sarah's company, we've really learned about how to capture outcomes from all of those different types of projects.
Yeah, because it isn't just about numbers. We know it's definitely about targeting those audiences. Thank you, Joe. Any more questions? Steve.
So it is more of a comment, and I think it's worth pointing out that the strategy review we've been doing on outreach and engagement is part of a number of strategy reviews that we're doing within the Royal Astronomical Society on membership and on our heritage and resources. And the kind of the outreach E&O strategy will be dovetailed into that, because these are not separate things, even though we've separated them out for ease of being able to evaluate and to come up with individual strategy points. So there will be quite a holistic vision of the society going forward that we hope to have available for the annual general meeting. Fingers crossed, it can all be put together.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Any more questions or anyone online? Nope. Okay, thanks.
I should mention, for those of you who hadn't had a chance to see the programme in detail, towards the end of the afternoon session, we will be having an open discussion led by the strategy. So if you have thought of something there which you didn't want to bring up straight away because it's still fermenting in your head, keep that thought in your head, because we'll be coming back to an opportunity to discuss it in detail later. But before that, we're back on time. Thank you. And I would like to welcome Dr. Becky, who I suspect many of you will already know, and the title speaks for itself. Thank you very much.
Right, well, good morning all. For those who don't know me, I am an RAS fellow at the University of Oxford. In my normal working life, I'm doing research on how supermassive black holes grow in the absence of galaxy mergers. But I am also Dr. Becky on YouTube and across social media. So I've been invited here today to share my experience on doing outreach on social media, which I think a lot of people assume means that you can immediately access a huge audience and access whoever your target audience is specifically as well. But unfortunately, in my experience, I've found that is not the case because of the recommendation algorithms that rule over these platforms, essentially policing who sees what content. Now, this is true of Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, pick your favorite social media platform, but I'm going to focus today on YouTube since it is the one I have spent the most time analyzing, because over on YouTube, I am Dr. Becky, your friendly neighborhood astrophysicist. So once a week, I post a video recapping the latest space news or explaining something to do with JWST, because everyone loves JWST at the minute, maybe an unsolved mystery in astronomy, something like that, you know, whatever I want to chat about in that week. And I set it up back in October 2018, and it's grown from a handful of subscribers to around about 550,000 subscribers today. That's thanks to consistently posting a video every single week, at least around research and home life, which is a commitment. It's fun, but it's not always easy. And back in October 2018, my rather naive viewpoint was, you know, build the website and they will come. You know, I am a young-ish, pre-pandemic anyway, female scientist, and all the other female that are interested in science will find me and you know, be able to learn science from me, and they'll flock my way. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So just to give you an idea, these are my current stats from the past year's worth of posting videos on my channel. 10% of my viewers are female. It means you're hitting around about 2 million women, which is great. But in terms of a percentage, in terms of comparison to the number of males to female ratio watching, it's not as high as you would like. The majority of my viewers are also in the 35 to 44 age range, not necessarily the younger sort of 18 to 24 demographic I thought I'd necessarily appeal to. And then also, unsurprisingly, you really reach a majority English-speaking countries as well. Or there's a large percentage from India there as well. There's a big appetite for astronomy content in India. You can also see the majority of people are unsubscribed to the channel. So that means you're reaching new people all the time, which is great. That's obviously where algorithms do help, at least. But when we look at these stats, we do have to think about some sort of caveats when we look at them. So the first thing is that YouTube will assume your gender based on your search history, which, as I'm sure some of you sit in the room right now, might think that's not going to be very accurate for me, possibly. You could also imagine possibly a family watching YouTube together as a household, perhaps on a television, you know, on a smart TV. That account might be registered under, say, a male name or a male email address, and then they assume from the search history that it's a man that's watching. Also, women are less likely to disclose their gender online as well. And so that could be contributing somewhat to the stats here, but I think it's only a few percent. It's not exactly going to be enough to get it up to the 50-50 where you would quite like it to be. Now, just to give you an idea of, you know, we're all a bit like, oh God, 10%, is that all? This is not what my stats look like in October 2018. This is what my stats look like in 2018, when I first started posting videos, you know, that were getting sort of hundreds, maybe thousands of views rather than the sort of hundreds of thousands they get now. It was a lot worse. 0.5% of people watching my videos back then were female. I've had to work to get it up to 10%. And it's not easy because you're fighting against these recommendation algorithms. Now, thankfully, they're not a big secret, recommendation algorithms. This is the research paper by Covington, Adams, and Sargin from 2016 that describes it. It's essentially a neural network that decides what to recommend you to watch to keep you on YouTube for the longest time, because that is YouTube's ultimate goal, is to keep you there. Has had some issues. Don't know if you remember in the news a few years back when there was a study that showed that no matter where you start on YouTube, the recommendation algorithm will eventually take you to a conspiracy theory video, including flat earth, electric universe theory, all these things you've probably heard of in the astronomy outreach sphere. Thankfully, YouTube have now rectified that. It doesn't do that anymore. And there's also lots of sort of things that flag up to say this is a conspiracy theory as well. But what it does is it works by taking information on what you've watched before, what you've searched for before, and your geographic location, your age, and your gender. It essentially says, what are other people of your age and gender in your location watching? I will recommend that to you as well. So you can imagine, let's say, take the example of a 16-year-old female logging into YouTube for the first time. It doesn't have any information on their search history because they've never searched for anything before. All it has is their age, location, and gender. So it says, okay, I'm going to recommend to you what other 16-year-old females in your area are watching. And unless those people have searched for a science video, this new 16-year-old female logging on for the first time will not be recommended a science video, even if they would like to see that content. They have essentially been excluded from the scientific narrative based on their age and gender, which is pretty terrifying, I think, for all of us into science communication in this room. Hopefully you will agree. Not only do we get this exclusion, but we also, the algorithm then leads to an elevation of white male voices. So this is the list of the top 25 science YouTube content creators by subscriber count. And pretty much every single one of these is led by one or if not two white males. There might be some that you recognize on here. Top there, Mark Rober with his Squirrel Olympics, most famous for. I feel like that's lost on many of you, but those of you who know will know what I'm talking about. In terms of British representation on this list, you've got number 4, the slow-mo guys there. Pretty much what this says on the tin. They film stuff in slow-mo. It has scientific relevance. You've also then got Tom Scott at number 13 with some very sort of like wide-ranging science videos of just sort of general interest. In terms of astronomy, 22, PBS Space Time is led sort of by PBS, but also presented by people at the CFA in Harvard as well in terms of astrophysics. The first females we get to on this list are with Numberphile. So Numberphile is sometimes presented by the likes of Holly Krieger and Hannah Fry as well. But ultimately, the channel is probably most famous for James Grimes, Matt Parker, and it's run by the wonderful Brady Haran or Men. The first truly female-led channels we get to on this list are at the bottom here at 24 and 25, Simone Yates, the queen of, and in her words, the queen of shitty robots. And number 25 here, Diana Cowan from Physics Girl. And the reason for this, it's thought, is that there's been many studies that have shown that on average on YouTube, male-led, like male-presented channels will be watched by more male viewers and vice versa as well. So we get a quite vicious cycle in the algorithm that elevates male voices in the science communication sphere on YouTube, since that's what the algorithm has learned that men want to watch is science specifically presented by men. It's also very disturbing to think that nearly every single person on this list is also white as well. It's interesting to think about how racial biases might have entered into the algorithm. It's not been trained in at all, but still perhaps learned due to societal biases. Or as even as some have suggested, because the algorithm uses location to recommend, it could also be due to US redlining as well of certain areas in the States. So what do you do when you're essentially fighting against an all-powerful recommendation algorithm that's apparently learned inherent social sexism and racial biases? Yeah, well, you've got to trick it, essentially. You have got to make a video, well, video, because we're talking about YouTube here, which is specifically very much a video-led platform, and make a video that's packaged on the outside to look like one thing, not science. And then when people click on it and start watching, bam, that's when you hit them with the science. When you think about it, social media platforms are built on trending topics, hashtags, things like this. Anything that can cross over from a science video into appearing as something else to those algorithms, into these trending topics, is how you get the algorithm to recommend a piece of content to a different demographic than it normally would, doing true outreach and not in-reach. Right? Because if you set up a social media account today that's based on communicating astronomy, for example, the people you are going to reach are the people that are already filling the seats at public RAS lectures. They're the people that are already interested in astronomy. And so as we think about strategy for RAS outreach, especially on social media today and sort of looking forward, I think we do need to bear this in mind. Otherwise, online, we're just going to be doing in reach to all the usual suspects in a big echo chamber. So before I show you some of the tricks I've tried, I want to start off with a control. Here is one of the most popular, what I call hardcore science videos I've ever made. It's about MOND, so modified Newtonian dynamics, alternate theories of gravity and whether dark matter is really necessary in our models of the universe. It was based on a research paper from my colleague Harry Desmond at Oxford, and I like to think this is the peak of YouTube science sort of clickbait. It's what we in the business have termed legit bait, because it very, very heavily relies on Betheridge's law of headlines, right? You know all the answer to these questions is probably no, but it gets people interested enough and curious enough to click on a video and watch it, and hopefully stay to the end as well. And see, it got a rather cool, about just over 750,000 views, but unfortunately only 2.5% of those were female. Less than the average that I usually get on my channel that we saw before was around about 10%. And I see this a lot. It's a trend I've noticed on the more science heavy, as I call them, videos on my channel. So think dark matter, cosmology, black holes, all of those kind of big buzzword things. I see the gender split drop when I make videos on that. And I think it's a product of the algorithm, having learned that this is what maybe more men like to watch. So let's start on a positive note with some of the things I've tried to do to trick the algorithm. My biggest success story, let's start with that, a day in the life of an astrophysicist. Day in the life videos are rife on YouTube. I don't know if you spent any time on YouTube, you will have come across maybe the life of a Harvard student or a London lawyer or a fitness guru. And usually they consist of like, I start my day at 5 a.m. and go on a jog and then do some yoga and then have some cold oats I prepped the night before and, then did 3 hours of study and then, look at my poke bowl I'm having for lunch, right? Like they're very, very sort of more focused on the everyday and they skip over the more study aspects of it. And what I realized from watching these videos myself is, first of all, the majority of day in the life videos on YouTube are posted by women. Second of all, the comments section on those videos are also dominated by women. So if you want to not only reach, but also engage women with science, then maybe making a day in the life video would be a good idea, where there's also room to get very heavy science content in there from, explaining what an astrophysicist actually does, because most people don't seem to, in the general public, never understand. It's one of the big questions I always get, to explaining my research on supermassive black holes and galaxies, and also explaining the image of M87's black hole as well. All packaged to appear to the world and the YouTube algorithm as a day in the life video and not a science video. And the good news is it works. It works. This can actually be done. You can see that the gender split, it's not 50-50, but it went from 10% to nearly 29%. And the majority of viewers as well, no longer in the 35 to 44 age bracket, but down in the 18 to 24 age bracket as well. These are the people that I thought I'd just immediately reach by being present online, but I didn't. I had to think, how do you package this? And this isn't one of those, like god awful, let's take apart a hairdryer together, girls, like what the fire department did a couple of years ago, it's packaged as science for girls. It's just that the YouTube algorithm has learned that women enjoy day in the life videos and should be recommended them more than a woman typically would be recommended a science video. And obviously you can get a little bit lost in numbers on all these social media apps with all of the analytics they give you. Really, obviously we just said before, we want to know about impacts as well. So it's always worth looking at the comments, seeing comments from women who say they've been inspired to go on and do research, or, or go and study physics at university, or even go back to university as well, or have just been inspired in any way. Like, that's the reason we all do this stuff, right? Is for this kind of impact that you can make. So it's pleasing to know that because of that wider reach that it had to more women, it possibly had a bigger impact as well. Next up, I want to give you another example. Meme reviews are huge on YouTube. I personally don't understand it, because when did explaining a joke ever become funny? I really honestly don't get it, but apparently it did. So essentially I get people to send me all of the astronomy meme reviews that they find online, and then I laugh at it and then I explain the science behind it. So anything from, why pictures that you take of the moon on your phone look so terrible because of the field of view of your phone compared to the angular size of the moon, to the boyfriend reaction memes of Earth-like exoplanets. And hopefully also you can see from this comment here from a viewer that they really hit the nail on the head of what I was trying to do here, that it was a Trojan horse of a meme review, this video. It's packaged as a meme review, but you learn an incredible amount of science from watching it. Someone else commented that they thought they learned more science watching that video than they did from their entire high school education in science, which I don't know if it's just a compliment on the video or a comment on the state of the US high school system, but we'll see. Anyway, the stats for this one definitely showed how this video managed to reach more young people. You can see, again, the 18 to 24 category is definitely the majority of people now watching this video. But the female percentage, it's gone up a bit, it's gone up from 10 to 12%, which is great, but it's probably not significant there. So it probably didn't have as much impact on reaching more women, but it did at least reach more young people on YouTube. So only a partial success, I guess I'd call this one. Another series I've started was an astrophysicist reacts to sci-fi series. Because I figured sci-fi is an entertainment industry. That's something that appeals to all ages and genders. And, I see a lot of women commenting in videos that are like reaction videos to various different TV series in a science context, especially like medical shows like Grey's Anatomy or ER or something like that. So the idea was I'd watch the show and then I'd record, that's a very attractive screenshot there, but I'd record my expression, record my reaction. And again, I'd explain the science, but specifically like where the line was drawn between science and fiction in the show. So people could appreciate like, what was realistic and what necessarily wasn't. Unfortunately, in terms of reaching more women, it didn't have the impact that I hoped it would. Apparently the sci-fi genre is completely gendered. Only 3% of females in terms of the viewership of this video. Managed to bring the age spread down a little bit into sort of the 25 to 34, I guess, but not so much. Let's face it, really what this hit was probably the target audience for the show of The Expanse, and people who've watched The Expanse and watched content on YouTube as well after it have probably been given this video as well, recommended it to them. So I thought, okay, there must be something here because I know so many women who love sci-fi. So what about a sci-fi film with a female lead instead? One I know that's inspired a load of women to become scientists, like, for example, Contact with Jody Foster. Like what a classic. I'd actually never seen it and my entire colleagues were absolutely outraged by this. So it was sort of two birds with one stone that I watched the film and also reacted to it as well. But it once again made the male-female age split even worse. I think it was pushed to an older audience, perhaps the audience that had watched the film when it first came out in 1997 and remembered it. So it wasn't as successful as, again, trying to get the algorithm to give this video and show this video and recommend it to more women. Yes, okay, 470,000 men have watched this video, which is great, but I think it would have been better if it also, on top of that, reached another, say, 100,000 women as well. So then I thought, well, what about a more recent sci-fi film with a female lead, like Don't Look Up with Jennifer Lawrence, right? That would be a good shout to react to because that would appeal to, again, a younger audience, more women. You've got a woman fronting the video, reacting to a film that's main lead is a woman. Well, it certainly did better than Expanse or Contact. 12% again, though it's not exactly statistically significant. And again, it's going towards the slightly younger side of the audience, but it's not in that 18 to 24 bracket. So that I was sort of like, what is going on here? I started racking my brain thinking, what else can I do to try and package these videos as something else, but just dump science on people when they do click on it. And then I got very excited when I realized how many space references there were on Taylor Swift's latest sister albums, Folklore and Evermore. And as a huge Taylor Swift fan, I decided to make a video essentially explaining the science behind lyrics like, rare as the glimmer of a comet in the sky, saying, okay, what actually is a comet? Why are they so rare? When is the next one that you might be able to see with your naked eye? Things like this. And I thought that this was a fantastic idea. Honestly, I woke up in the middle of the night thinking about this and thinking, the Swifties is such a huge corner of the internet. It's dominated by women. They watch loads of videos on lyric analysis as well. They all comment and engage with it. This is going to be great. The algorithm is going to recommend it to all of these young women. However, I think this is an example of an epic fail because the majority of viewers were 94% male and over the age of 45. So I think what I succeeded in doing was encouraging older men to listen to Taylor Swift and not necessarily engage younger women, especially in the science, which was the crossover that I was gunning for. I've put in this example because I think it just goes to show no matter what you think is an excellent idea to do this, it's so unpredictable. you cannot call this at all of what the algorithm is going to do. And I put it as an example to just essentially, if you do try this, don't get downhearted when it clearly fails. It's not necessarily on you or the idea or the video itself. It's just, we are at the mercy of these recommendation algorithms. So I am still learning how to do this. I've essentially told you all of my lessons learned in the hope that it will help you with your own online public engagement, whether you're starting a new account or, you know, looking to post more on an existing account or driving growth on an existing platform. But at the end of the day, we're just all at the mercy of these recommendation algorithms that don't always behave as we intended or expected them to. So I'd love to hear your thoughts now on what we could especially do with like the RAS social media accounts or on your own social media accounts to help bridge this digital divide between different demographics of people that's essentially being set up and now policed by these recommendation algorithms. Thank you.
Do we have any questions, Becky?
Just on, yeah. Do we know what videos get a female young audience?
Well, from my experience, the day in the life is the one that got the most. Are you talking about non-science videos?
Generally, I wonder if we could name those.
Generally, it will, I think, rather naively from my own experience on YouTube, I would say the majority of things would be classed as lifestyle. So think beauty, fitness, vlogging, travel. Travel was also one that I tried to do as well, because travel and astronomy do go quite well hand in hand. That had some success. I didn't talk about it here. I can grab up the stats and we can look at it later and double check. But I think those are the areas, and especially female-led channels in those lifestyle areas as well.
It looked like your Taylor Swift video got a lot less views than the other. Is that maybe a sign that rather than being able to break the algorithm's assumptions, that it would just fail to find an audience for those videos?
Yeah, I think one of the ways that the algorithm also works is that if more and more of your subscribers who know that you've posted content, because we'll see it immediately because they've subscribed to you, click on the video and watch it, then it's more likely to then recommend it to more people. So I think that was possibly a failure of my subscriber base that had built up from October 2018, and you could see it was majority male and older was sort of that core bit. They didn't necessarily click on that video, so it didn't give it the traction it then needed to be picked up by the algorithm. So after that, I did post it across other social media platforms like Instagram and Twitter, and not TikTok at the time, because I think it was before I'd delved into the dark and scary realms of TikTok. But I think it did better on those platforms necessarily. I think when I remember posting it on TikTok as like a IGTV, when that was still a thing, like a longer form video, it did much better in terms of female split there. But not necessarily in terms of views.
Okay. It was earlier.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's on now.
Oh.
Sorry.
You've mentioned TikTok a couple of times. The TikTok algorithm is much more complex than the other social media platforms. Have you delved into it much, or are you still?
It is something that I want to do. However, I'm not very good at short form content because I waffle and doesn't fit into 90 seconds or 2 minutes. So it's not something I've got familiar with. The TikTok algorithm, as I understand it, leans much more heavily on what you've searched for before and what you've interacted with before. So and there's lots of like links in terms of trending sounds as well. So things can go big, even if they're not necessarily the normal sort of things that you would engage with. So I think there is definitely things we could look at in there in terms of, you know, that crossover into trends, especially with trending sounds on TikTok.
I had another follow-up, sorry, was about sort of partnerships. So I know you've got the podcast, and that probably pulls a lot of traffic to your YouTube. But yeah, I'm wondering about with the your target audience, whether doing partnership videos with other content creators might help.
Yeah, so that's actually something I have tried, because I know someone who runs an ASMR channel. It's called Sarah Lavender, and she did a science degree she's in Canada. And so we did sort of like an exchange sort of thing where I gave her a load of space facts and she read them out and did ASMR around all these space facts. And then I sort of at the end of a video was like, you know, I use it to, you know, concentrate when I'm writing or anything like that, and sort of shouted out her channel. So I have tried that, and that was coming at the sort of how do I reach more women as well. And I did see an influx of women coming through commenting specifically on videos that they'd come from her channel. So that can work, but I don't think you can quite get at the stats because they're a bit coarse on, you know, sort of the influx you have in a certain time period necessary that come from that channel. But maybe I need to speak to someone at YouTube on how to get at that information.
Time for 2 more questions.
Yeah, you've answered quite a lot of questions I was going to ask about TikTok.
Can you squeeze the off button?
What if the batteries
Thanks. So reflecting on it, I mean, I don't know if you have any opinions on whether it already addresses a different demography in terms of gender and age groups. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention is that I've been working with the Institute of Physics on something called Limitless, and they've actually paid TikTok influencers to do videos for them.
Yeah.
So they've sort of short-circuited the following by putting money in it.
Yeah, that is definitely one thing you can do. And the other thing is you can also boost posts, and this is less so on YouTube, but TikTok and Twitter do this, where you can pay to have your post seen by a certain demographic, almost like it's an ad. That isn't something that I've looked into. In terms of, you know, paying other influencers as well, are they science influencers or are they outside the science sphere? Like it sort of.
They just went for, I think, a certain demography. Because the campaign is very much focused on addressing underrepresented groups. So
Yeah.
I think they try to figure out who it was who would be best at addressing that group.
Yeah, it's a really good idea, definitely. And I think with the RAS, that's definitely something they could do, especially because TikTok's demographic is slightly younger than YouTube's overall. Snapchat is apparently where the youngest of creators are, users are, sort of like the 13 to 17 age range. So again, something to think about.
We've got 1 question and 1 online. And then...
Good morning, everyone. I'm Leslie White-Venables from STEM Learning. More of a comment than a question, and just following on from this gentleman's comments, we've just this week launched a subset of the STEM Ambassadors programme called Future Talent Ambassadors with the Beauty Council. And we have learnt so much by working with the Beauty Council about how they use influencers and how they're reaching young women to change the face of the beauty industry. So if anyone's interested, I'll be happy to chat about that later on, but it's been it's quite an experience actually. Thanks.
And we have 1 online.
Just really quickly, they were just asking, have you experimented with different thumbnail images for your videos? Some people decide which videos to watch based solely on thumbnails rather than title or description. And another was wondering if you come across any copyright issues.
No copyright issues, because thankfully NASA just puts everything out for free. So do ESA, it's great. In terms of thumbnails, it's been shown many, many, many times by lots of different people that the only thing that matters for whether people click on a video is your thumbnail and your title. And I have changed the thumbnail of old videos that were posted like a year ago, and seen the views bump again because of the algorithm. So it is a huge thing. You can't do A/B splits at the same time with YouTube thumbnails, which is ideally what you'd like to do, is post 2 separate ones and half the people see one thumbnail, half the other see the other, and see how much it goes up. But you can put a thumbnail up, see how your video is performing with respect to previous videos, and change the thumbnail and see if that bumps it. So I have done some experimentation there. And mostly I sort of stick to a similar format, so then people recognize that the video that they're being recommended is one of my videos as well.
Thank you. think one of the particular joys of this meeting is the sheer variety of things we're going to hear about today. We're now going to move on to a talk from, oh, I've forgotten the names, I'm sorry. I know it's Deepa and Steve, but I've forgotten the surnames, my apologies. I learned to look up. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, hello everybody. We have been part of the RAS 200 project since the beginning, one of the early ones that were funded, and over the last 8 years or so, both myself and Deepa have lived and breathed this project. This is we do this a lot. We get everybody's point up whether it's daytime or night, and everybody's looking up. Just a quick introduction for those that don't know us. So we try and keep the stuff really informal when we're doing them. So we'll introduce ourselves. Deepa obviously loves and lives working with unpaid carers. And myself, well, I'm the cosmic pilot at Cosmos Planetary. I'm a little mobile dome that travels around the country. I love space astronomy and dark skies, and occasionally I'm falling over in the dark skies. It's so dark I'm looking up. I'm place planting picnic tables and stuff like that. And Deepa, some of the events we do, she's having to go there at landing a rover on Mars, who's in the Xbox Connect sensor. And I think she on NASA, what, about 4 billion now for destroyed probes. But yeah, so it's fun, it's informal, and we travel all over. Deepa's going to go a little bit more in depth into the sort of the wider project. But these are some of the different things that we do: telescope making sessions, basic sundial, solar observing. Chap in the middle there, Nadeem, he recently just bought his first telescope. I did a one-to-one session with them at St Margaret's House, where Care for Carers are based, and he's now out as we speak, looking for the new comet in the sky, which is fantastic. So, yes, Deepa, I'll hand over to you, and you can go from there.
I'm not the most confident speaker, so I'll do my best. Yeah, so as Stephen said, we've had the funding since the beginning, since 2016. And it was quite scary actually taking it on, because we don't come from, I especially don't come from a science background. I'm probably part of that demographic. I fit that kind of female ethnic minority, and I don't have a science background. So it was pretty scary. But yeah, we kind of launched into it. And are going to continue the work. And I'm just going to spend a bit of time talking about how we've worked with RAS to reach the people that we have. Yeah.
Yeah, so what, just to quote the top there, most of you will have or will be at some point in your life a carer. I've just recently came out of a caring role, and Deepa's just gone into one. And it's an interesting point in your life. You're maybe dealing with stressful situations. And having something like the astronomy stuff that we're doing can really give a different perspective on life. So yeah, so it's about sort of building and sustaining the relationships between us and the carers.
Yeah, and that's been, I think, the single most important thing that we've learned as well, is how important those relationships are. The relationship with our RAS over a long period of time, and particularly our relationship with Stephen over the last 7 years, and with our dynamic Earth. And it's kind of sustaining and maintaining that contact and that working relationship, working together, sharing ideas, sharing evaluation, sharing feedback, and just building on it. So bringing our expertise of working with carers and matching it with the expertise of science providers to provide a program that's kind of accessible and works for people, most of whom don't have a science background. Yeah, move on to the next slide. Yeah. I think one of the biggest things that has worked, and hearing what Dr. Becky had to say, we've not had a problem accessing people. We've not had a problem working with women. Most of the carers that come to the project are women. So in terms of people that have done the RAS program with us, we have about 65 to 70% are women, and they tend to be over the age of 50 plus. So I think that's when I was hearing what you were saying, I just think that it's actually quite incredible. I hadn't realized how incredible. We actually struggle to work with male carers, and that's to do with their caring role. But even then, we've managed, and that's quite exceptional. We've reached out to say 35% of male carers, and in the past that would have been 22%, something like that. So that's been a real success. And I think part of the success has been delivering, you know, the science providers such as RAS and Stephen, delivering with an organization that's known and trusted by people. And that's really helped. We've been working in this field for about 25 years. So I think that the trust for us has led people to trust what we're doing and then to work with, you know, the RAS stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I started off just being the science provider, and you can see the picture at the bottom there. The red bus there is the mini bus that we go to some of the remote places with. Next to it is my Cosmos van, but when I'm not driving my Cosmos van, I'm now driving the minibus or making the soup on weekends away. So we're now all part of a sort of a team together, and it's been an amazing sort of journey.
Actually, one other really important point is the equity bit. And it's, you know, it's a given that we do all work to equal opportunities for all. But I think it's really kind of crucial in the work that we do that the RAS funding has not confined us to work with any group, or we haven't had to target a certain demographic, because we work with carers of all ages, of all backgrounds, of all caring situations. So we've been able to be really, I think, really equal in who we reach. And that's really helped, that we've not had to target a certain group.
Yeah, so just some of the other sort of planning and delivery. Over the years, we've had masses of feedback from the carers, which has been fantastic. And that sort of formulated how we then interact. And what we found is really basic stuff like the first picture there, we are imagining designing a space probe to go to wherever, whether it's here in our own solar system, or imagine we can send them out to those incredible exoplanets. Just basic stuff like you know, doing some drawing there, or using CDs to start thinking about spectrum and splitting light. Doing little pop rockets, egg drop landers, imagining we're landed on Mars. They were having a great time, and other stuff from movies. We're watching First Man there, and that's Dr. Ali Bruce, some of you may know, with his impressive Apollo 11 Lego model, talking about it afterwards. So anywhere, you know, we've just been able to sort of figure out what works, figure out what doesn't, and then just sort of tailor stuff over the years. It's been a fairly organic process, isn't it? And yeah, that leads into sort of other events and activities. And I think for you, and we've discussed this before, it's the sort of informal learning. So the picture there in the middle is we're sitting on the ferry on the way to the Isle of Coll, one of our main places. So we'll have 3 hours on the ferry, and we can just sit and chat. And sometimes it's astronomy, sometimes it's other stuff. And Steve actually experienced that, Steve Muller recently, as he came over. And the carers really appreciate that, just that informal learning where they can just sit and ask any questions. Yeah, I don't know if you want to say anything else on that.
The idea that you can ask any question, I think that's really crucial. Again, you know, it's taken away the fear of asking a daft question about science, and just being open to people's questions, I think has been really, really crucial for this. And that has engaged a lot more with female carers, maybe who may have had less confidence in this area. I think the flexibility, it's also really important to be flexible. We had a program that was, I think, especially in the first year when we started, we'd written on our program that this is RAS funded. So you will be expected to do astronomy for the whole time, which was over 2 days. And we sort of realized that actually that was a big ask, you know, that it was a respite break and that people were allowed to have time off. So we've built in other things. We've built in art activities, we've built in tours of the island. So it's kind of balancing it with what people need, as well as what we need as providers.
Yeah, just to give you a couple of examples of that, a recent trip to Coll, we've got all the carers out under the Milky Way there, and it's one of the younger adult carers. What was her name again? It's
Chloe.
Chloe. So after that night, this is the picture she drew with a shooting star there and the beautiful stars in the sky at night. And so now it's when we go to the islands, we just let them sort of dictate the timetable a little bit. And we work with them when they're ready to, and we sort of go from there. Because this is the main part, and this is definitely your side of things.
So the evaluation is crucial, obviously, to all of us, you know. So we do, as I said in one of the previous slides, we share evaluation with the people that we work with. So particularly in terms of our Dynamic Earth, who we've had a long-standing partnership with, we will share ideas for what works, for what they need and what we need. So we've used things like Mentimeter polls, which were completely new to us and completely new to our audience, you know, but it kind of teaches them different skills. It teaches them digital skills as well as learning about science. So there's a real, it's a win-win all round. We use different methods, partly because we do have a huge demographic and we can't assume sort of literacy levels or, you know, people have a lot of difficulty in kind of writing huge screeds of information. So we'll do snapshot kind of surveys. We'll do pre and post feelings. It's sort of 3 words on a post-it about how you feel before you come to an activity, how you feel afterwards. We'll do case studies and staff feedback are really crucial as well. So yeah, it's kind of using a variety of methods to get the most out of people.
Yeah, and once you start explaining the science to them, the little post-it note at the bottom there, I don't know if you can see it, but it just says, "I am a star," all in capital letters. And that's, you know, when we explain to them that all the atoms in your body come from the stars, you get this amazing, wow, is that really a thing? And you take them on that journey. And it's similar when we're outside looking at the sky, when the skies are so dark and cold, you can see the Andromeda Galaxy naked eye. And we explain there's over 1 trillion stars in that galaxy, and there could be other planets, you know, and other beings looking back at us. It gives a real sense of wonder. Just a just a few sort of key words that have sort of came up over the years. Again, these slides are probably made available after, so you can look more into detail with that. Longevity and sustainability. Well, this has been 8 years that we've been going. We are trying to keep it going. Yes. Afterwards. We've been lucky enough, due to all the feedback and everything, and the you know, working with the RSA means that when we have went for other funding, either match funding or looking for new, we have that body of work and evidence. So, you know, other funders are confident that we know what we're doing, and we can provide that activities. You'll see we're still looking up there. That's the carers here are what we call our elite crew. So they've been with us from the very beginning. David has joined Edinburgh Astronomical Society. Denise has a telescope. Oh, Denise has joined as well, yeah. And I think Robin went along to a meeting soon recently. So they have been with us from the beginning, and they've been doing a lot of, they're now our peer-to-peer learners. So they come along to events and they're passing on their knowledge. I think it was David and Robin were talking about JWS2 to another group of carers, and I was just standing at the back smiling as they were covering sort of everything.
Again, it's that longevity, you know, and continuing to work with us, us continuing to support people over a period of time. So it is about the astronomy, but it also goes beyond the astronomy. It's also about their lives and needs. A little bit about outreach and publicity. I think it's kind of, I think we've learned to cast the net as wide as possible. So not to kind of assume where people might see information, but they might see it in a supermarket or on a supermarket notice board, or, you know, there could be any way of attracting kind of people to the subject. So yeah, these are the methods we've used.
Just very briefly on the outcomes, because we do have a 4-minute video to show, and I'm conscious we only have 4 minutes left. We started off, you know, stepping into the unknown as Care for Carers and myself, and we were backed by a funder who was willing to take that risk. The RAS, without them, we wouldn't be here. And the longevity of that funding has meant that we're able to build the project over time, which has been amazing. And we've went on this journey together, all of us. As I said, well, when we started, I didn't have a beard and I had more hair, but we had, you know, we've went on that journey, and we've seen it grow, and we've seen the carers and seen their passion take off, which has been fantastic.
It has been really inspiring for all of us, actually.
Yeah,
it's been a great subject to be part of.
And I think, yeah, always been open to new opportunities is what it's all about, and being in places like this where we're meeting people, you know, who are doing different things is such a fantastic way. So I'm going to skip through the little pictures here. I just want to take you to call for 4 minutes. The reason why we go there is because of the incredibly dark skies from the light polluted, and which you all know anyway. That's carers in the planetarium doing the Planets 360, which is an RAS funded event. Some solar observer. My colleague James doing a little talk there on the island. So we have the use of the community centre, we have the telescopes, we have the planetarium. So whatever the weather, we're engaging with them. And occasionally we do get a nice bit of aurora as well. So I'm hoping there's a little bit of music on the, yeah, all right. So just 4 minutes, it should just play. Yeah, and obviously if you are a carer, you know any, let us know. Oh, it seems to have stopped. Oh, we're going again. Cool. This is a little video I put together just over the last few years. It's been going around Ireland. So after the minibus tour, we arrive in the coastal town of Owen. Little time lapse of the ferry, so it's about 3 hours. You go through the Sound Mill, have some incredible views. First thing you notice on the island is the quiet. No cars, there's no hustle and bustle, and your stress starts to just float away. Only traffic jam occasionally, the sheep that live in the village. But this is when we start to get excited, when the skies are clear like that. We'll paint the belt of Venus there in the background. Just amazing place. Even before it gets fully dark, the stars appear. Milky Way, Andromeda Galaxy. There's just a little zodiacal light off in the corner. I don't know if it'll show up. Occasionally we can go out until the sun comes up. Just finally, oh, thank you. Just a quick shout out to the people from Call because they make the trips so amazing. Next stop, the Isle of Rum. We're heading there in September. Thank you.
I'm used to seeing talks about outreach and education and so on, but I don't think I've ever seen so many smiling people in one talk. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions on this one, unfortunately. We're running a little bit over time, but Deepa and Stephen will be around during lunch, so do feel free to catch up with them then. But now I would like to pass on to Geraint Jones, who's going to be talking about astrodots. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. So yeah, so for the next few minutes, I'll describe a project called AstroJots. Go back to the beginning. Sorry, you're seeing the whole presentation already. Okay, so yeah, I'll spend a few minutes talking about AstroJots, which was an STFC funded project. So it was funded as a public engagement fellow between 2016 and 2020. So I'm a planetary scientist at UCL's Mullard Space Science Laboratory and the Centre for Planetary Sciences at UCL and Birkbeck. So I proposed to STFC a project where basically I drew cartoons about space and astronomy and make them available to educators and also the general public to inform an audience about space and astronomy. So the idea is that it would be web-based primarily. So cartoon strips are used to explain aspects of planetary science and exploration, space science and astronomy and things. So the aim is to be informative and engaging and a good sprinkling of humor. Some of it's very bad humor, but inspirations, I'm sure most of you here are aware of XKCD, which is fantastic. And often the creator Randall Munro tackles planetary and astronomy subjects with such ingenuity. So I really envy the imagination that he puts into this this regular strip he has online. Going back a few decades, in I think it was the Daily Telegraph, Tim Hunkin had a regular strip, I think it was weekly, where he'd cover all kinds of topics. It wasn't just science and technology, it was also history, archaeology and things occasionally as well. And I learned about it when, after doing this for many years, there was a compendium of these short strips. And as you can see, it's very dense information, but he was able to put across a lot of information in a very small space. And there was a book, Almost Everything There Is to Know, which introduced me to his work, and most of those strips are online as well now. Also not cartooning, but there was a magazine for teenagers called Look and Learn that sort of ran until the 1980s. So I actually used to get this every week, and there was a 2-page spread by David Hardy, who was a professional technical artist, and he made this to explain technology and scientific concepts to the readers as well. He was a very accomplished space artist as well, and it was my pleasure to work with him through work. So Pete Park at the time funded him to do an artist's impression of a comet tail crossing by the Ulysses spacecraft, linking to a paper that we were working on at the time. And then the way things work, some of you may be familiar with this. This is more recent, but yeah, our children learnt a lot from this, explaining technology through mammoths. But it works really, really well in putting across sometimes quite complex technologies and science and things in an accessible way. So this is what the strips look like. So I sized them to be readable on A4 if they were printed out. So on the website, you can choose the strip to look at it more clearly and then download it at full resolution. And then on the website underneath, I have links to missions, topics, relevant websites that an interested reader may want to look at in more detail. So this one on the left is on refraction. So talking about how near the horizon we can see the sun. When we see the sun setting, the sun's actually already below the horizon if there was no atmosphere, explaining the green flash and things. See refraction near Saturn, transit of Venus, etc. And transit, Titan moving in front of a star, and you get a central flash where all the light gets refracted around the atmosphere, or there's a big hole in Titan, one of the two. And the one on the right on the skies of other worlds and how he explained the colors of the skies, etc. This one's on planetary landers. So just to zoom into a couple of these, explaining how when we arrive at planets, we're going at kilometers per second. We need to speed down in a really short amount of time. And yeah, so I'll come back to this a bit later, but yeah, when I proposed this, yeah, the amount of fact checking and yeah, just the layout and trying to put across all the information in a sensible way without it being too cramped was actually one of the biggest challenges. If I was doing it again from scratch, I think I would have been more realistic in yeah, the frequency at which I would be planning to release these strips. So to begin with, yeah, I had a frequency of releasing these strips in mind, but so yeah, so I admire with the Dr. Becky YouTube videos that you're doing it every week. I started like that and then realized there's no way I can keep up with this. So I was just releasing them when I could. So on the website as well, there's a section where teachers can check the curricula, the national curriculum, and obviously there are 4 different curricula to follow. So for each strip, I tried to point out which bits of each curriculum are of relevance. Yeah, clearly the strips is probably too advanced for primary school children, but many were, yeah, just the fact that they're cartoons, many primary school children pick them up anyway, and it's great that they are reading them. And as well as the cartoon strips, with STFC was also giving lots of school talks and things. So STFC were keen to engage pupils in the Swindon area, so they actually arranged visits for me to visit 3 or 4 schools and colleges in the Swindon area, especially those of underprivileged pupils. And then I also did my own school visits as well. This is actually the Welsh language school in Hanwell in London, the London Welsh School. So they've got the challenge. They want to stick to the Welsh curriculum because it's they want to teach through the Welsh language, but also the local education authority there want them to stick to the English curriculum as well. So they're trying to squeeze in both curricula. But yeah, it was great to speak to the pupils there and very enthusiastic. And in giving these talks, I recognized that unfortunately, I'm not the type of person who would increase the diversity of children and young people going into science, but hopefully my enthusiasm for the subject at least was hopefully a little infectious. So also public talks as well, but it was primarily the cartoon strips. So these are put online for anyone to copy. So it's under a Creative Commons license. So anyone can print them out, but not for commercial use. And they should always cite the source so people know where to find them. Hopefully they'd come back to the website and download them for themselves. There's also a Welsh language version as well. So the website gofota.cymru. So gofota is a made up word, which sort of, it's a verb that sort of means like doing space things. So that's online as well. Not as many strips there yet, but hopefully I'll build that up in the near future. So reflections. Yeah, I was probably over enthusiastic and over optimistic when I started this, and sharing the time between cartooning, full-time research and teaching was very challenging. One complication was a mission called Comet Interceptor, so I led the proposal for that mission in 2018, and it took up a huge amount of my time. And so it was great. It got selected. It's actually flying in 2029. So, but yeah, when that sort of took over, you know, it was challenging to do my other research and teaching duties anyway when that was at its busiest. So I feel a little bad as well that I couldn't concentrate as much time as I wanted to on astrojots, especially during that period. So we were funded from 2016 to 2019, and then I got a 1-year no-cost extension up to March 2020, which is just when COVID began. So in the few weeks after lockdown, I was able to, I mean, teachers understand we were trying to find things for pupils to do at home. So it was obvious that there were many more downloads during those couple of months after lockdown started as well, which was nice to see. Yeah, I think I've said most of this. So yeah, one last thing. So longevity of the strips as well. So some of them, when I'm referring to particular planetary space missions, etc., yeah, they've gone out of date. There have been more recent landings on Mars and things. So ideally, I would go back and update many of these strips, and also the website referring to different missions. Occasionally, those links go out of date. And of course, syllabuses can also change, and ideally they'd be revised every couple of years. So although I haven't produced as many strips during the project as I hoped, I believe it's met the minimum success criteria. So I should have put some statistics on here. So in 2018 to 19, for example, we got about between 600 and 700 unique web visits and downloads. So over the 3 or 4 years of the project, we reached several thousand, primarily educators, but also members of the public as well. And I saw that in some schools, the strips are downloaded and blown up to A0 size and put on the side of the classroom, which was great to see as well. So I'm trying to keep the project going. So the only costs now are really web hosting and domain names, which are fairly modest costs. And the Gavota strips, the Welsh language ones, so they weren't printed out. They're on the website, and modest amount from the RAS 200 grant was linked to the Eisteddfodau project, which you'll hear more about in the ordinary meeting from Professor Larry Price. Produced these handout cards with a QR code, so people could go straight to the website and download any strips that were of interest to them. Also, in hindsight, knowing how many children now use mobile phones, maybe things sized for viewing on a phone rather than thinking of it as A4 scale would have been more realistic as well. So yeah, I'm very grateful to STFC for their funding of this project. I hope to keep it going over with carrying on with occasional updates over the coming years, and thanks also to the support from the RAS 200 project. So I'll just leave up some links. Thank you.
We have time for 1 or 2 quick questions, if anyone has anything to go.
Yeah, thanks. I loved it. And there are always lessons to be learned from these things, aren't there? Just one very quick question. How long does each strip or page take you on average?
Yeah, well, realistically, yeah, 2 or 3 weeks, because I'm balancing it with my day job. Whereas when I put in the proposal, I was thinking I could produce 1 a week, which in hindsight was far too optimistic. Yeah.
One more question? Got one down here. Sure.
So, excuse me. This is inspired by your comment about longevity. And one of the problems, I think, for a lot of people doing outreach and engagement is that you get some funding for a period of time and then the funding stops. And how do you resource things like updating websites, updating materials, and so on and so forth? And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that, or how we might go about putting some pressure on some of the funders to say, well, actually, great you did this, but if you don't want to waste the resource that you've created, then you're going to need to have a little bit of funding going through to keep it current.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And I faced the problem at the end of the project, so March 2020, where I spent some of the remaining funds on web hosting for the coming, so I could buy 3 years at a time. But UCL internally was saying, oh no, you can't do this. This is beyond the end of the project. And I was like, no, the idea is that we've done all this work and it should stay online. So it's not just the funders themselves, but also the universities as well. If it's explained from to the outset of the other, whoever the host is, that yeah, the idea is this is meant to be a long-term thing. But yeah, if the funders, the RAS, STFC, whoever, if they explicitly state that in the call and the award letter, then it makes it easier for the host university to understand that's the idea behind this. I understand why they want things spent within the period of the grant, but yeah, that's a very good point, Steve.
I think this is something that might well come up in the discussion this afternoon as well, because it's an ongoing problem for everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. And now we will be moving on to can never say this, simulating, not stimulating, simulating space missions with Stuart Rogers. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name's Stuart. I have a background working in science communication, so mainly science festivals and science centres, things like that. And I've developed an interactive learning resource called the Mission to Mars Experience. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a little bit about the experience and then explain the format of it and why I've designed it the way I have. So I think with any space mission, there's two main compelling elements to it. The first is furthering our understanding and knowledge of the universe, but the second is the technology and innovation that's required to deliver this. And those are two main hooks that I try and capture with this session. And what it involves is I have a model of a Martian landscape. I've modeled it to be as geologically accurate as possible. And I have a real robotic rover, which has tank tracks, has a grabbing claw and webcams on the top. And you're able to access the controls of the rover and the webcams and maneuver it over the Martian landscape and complete tasks on the surface. What's unique about this is it's not a computer game, it's an actual real corporeal landscape. And people can be anywhere in the world, and they access it over Zoom and do this with classrooms or do it with workplaces, and they beam the image of the cameras and the controls into either the laptop or into a big projector, and they get a kind of team building, lateral thinking, lots of problem solving in experience, then also an educational journey, learning all about Mars exploration. I'm going to show you a little bits of media and the format of the session first, and then, like I said, I'll kind of talk back through how it all works. So you can see an image here of the rover and its grabbing claws, and a bit like that on Mars. So I'm going to show you some media now. A sec, do I click? Okay, great. Yeah, excellent. So the first thing they get is a little training mission. So I have a hangar built, and this is like a kind of perfect lab, training lab, which is all very flat, and they just learn how the rover operates and controls. From then they get deployed onto the surface of Mars, and I've got a little animation for this as well. This shows, yeah, here we go. You might see a little splice now in actual footage of it coming down onto the surface. This is quite fun. It just deepens the immersion, gives us some special effects to look at. And then once it's uploading, and the theming of it as well is very important. There's a little bit of kind of dramatization that goes on. I'm very clear when I'm delivering the session about the current science of Mars exploration, but in terms of this, it is like slightly, oops, sorry, I've got one more to show, where they little things where they can deploy a drone. Thanks very much. They can deploy a drone from the side of the rover. And the idea here that it has to find a fuel cell. And then from there, they have to make a decision as to which angle to approach it from. There's a map that we have to refer to with grid references. You can see a bit there, and there's another image of the camera. And yeah, as you can see, there's already like the ideas of set slightly in the future where there's the beginnings of a Martian base. But as I said, I'm very clear in terms of how I'm delivering the science of the session into the kind of current technology. Now, why I think developing an outreach program or outreach activities are based around real space missions is really compelling is because it gives them an opportunity to learn about the kind of real practicalities of like a career in STEM or the space sector. And for example, how I structure it is that they have to input the commands of the rover first before sending them to it. So as I'm sure you're aware, in real life, when the rover they're sending commands to the rover, there's a 20-minute delay before it reaches the rover on Mars. It's on a different planet. And I try and simulate this in the actual experience as well, where they input the commands, and the metric I use is rotations. So 1 full rotation of the wheel. So they can split that into different decimals if they like. And then from there, they send the commands to the rover, and it completes the mission, it completes its movement, and then the rover re-updates the images they'll get from the camera, and then they move through the task like that. That's a way of just trying to really mimic the current operation of rover and make the activity quite cerebral as well, where they're really having to study the images on the cameras, monitor the terrain, refer to the grid references, and then kind of plan their mission around this. Another advantage of having it like this is it gets them to learn about the difference between test situations and actual in practice. So when they're learning on the training lab, they often try and correlate the amount of rotations to degrees. So when they're learning to turn it left and right, and say, okay, we can figure out about 1.4 rotations to the left makes the rover do about a 90-degree turn. And from there, they can extrapolate a 45-degree turn or a 180-degree turn. But in practice, when they're actually on the landscape, because you've got uneven terrain, there's loose bits of substrate, etc., that doesn't apply. And I almost kind of let them make that mistake. I don't correct them when they do it initially, because I feel that the kind of learning value is much greater if they kind of make that mistake when they're on the surface. And then from there, I can kind of explain, yeah, this is a really good example of why there's a difference between, like, you know, in test situations and in practice situations, which is really compelling. Another thing that I do, trying to mimic real life space missions, is to really broaden the scope of involvement. So I've had a lot of experience promoting STEM careers in my time professionally. And one thing I've noticed which can be really effective at engaging the whole class is to try and broaden the scope of what you're doing. So with any space mission, the organization doing it will have their own social media, they'll have their own comms department. So the people get split into different groups, and everyone has a stake in the different tasks I set them, some of which is come up with hashtags for the mission, naming the rover, for example, which nearly always ends up in Rover McRover. Hashtag even having a crisis comms element to it as well. And this really broadens the involvement of the class, and people that are maybe not necessarily directly interested in STEM, but it also gives them a chance to be involved in the activity. And it does show that the STEM sector has a broad range of, like any kind of entity, has lots of different skills that are going to be required for any kind of successful mission. I've had a lot of experience delivering engagement campaigns within my time working in science for science centers, science festivals, and things like that. And okay, great. And what I'd like to say is that, yeah, having a consistent approach is obviously very important if you're wanting to have a really lasting campaign. I've done a lot of work with the Royal Academy of Engineering with their Connecting STEM Teachers, which has ran for about 11 years. And yeah, they've kind of identified a philosophy or an ideology in terms of how to set their campaign together and promoted it, and it's had a really lasting impact. The last thing I'd like to say about this as well is capturing metrics, which is not always done within kind of outreach campaigns. We know anecdotally, the more STEM engagement that any kind of pupil gets access to, the more likely they are to pursue a STEM career, and the more role models they have interaction with as well. However, it is really effective to capture metrics. It does take a long time, but if you can get a kind of the stats of seeing the uptake into STEM careers from any schools, that can be really important for just justifying how you're getting your funding, securing more funding, and things like that. So metrics are really important. But overall, what I'm trying to summarize here is that the interactive element involved in this educational activity that I run is really important. Any kind of interactivity, I think it really deepens the immersion and the information retention as well when you're delivering the activity. And it's this great thing about this is it's very easily accessible. I can do it anywhere in the world. I've been doing sessions with schools in Italy. They're international schools. I can't speak Italian, unfortunately, but can be beamed anywhere into the world. And in some way, the concept is very similar to true life. Obviously, with real rover operation, it's literally on a different planet. But in this case, it can be in a different country. And it's the same kind of concepts at play. If they crash it, they can't just go and pick it up. And so I would say it's a very expensive mistake when that happens in real life. That's everything from me just now. If anyone wants to know any more information about it, please come see me when we're chatting at lunch. Thanks very much. And do we have any time for questions? Okay. Thank you.
Don't know anybody else. I really want to do this. We have time for a couple of questions.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do a free demo if anyone wants to have a go. So you get a chance to drive it around in the test flow. So yeah, no problem at all. Just let me know.
Hi, yeah, I was thinking, have you considered like accessibility and things when you're doing this with students? So like, I don't know how the controls work, like if you've got any students with specific disabilities or like visual impairments, if you've thought of ways or you've done ways of adjusting how you would get the rover to be driven around or to present the results or that kind of thing.
Hey, that's a great question. So I'm dyslexic myself, so I'm very kind of aware of that. Normally do a kind of pre-session consultation with the teacher and find out if there's any particular requirements, and then change things as much as possible to try and make sure that everyone get involved. That might be particular students have their own laptop where they get a closer view of it, or you know, a pre-session talk through, chance to familiarize themselves to the controls ahead of the session. It is really straightforward. I managed to simplify it as much as possible, so that it's still mimicking the same concepts in real life, but it is like easy enough to learn. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Anything online? Time for one more question if anybody has any. If not.
Okay, well, look, thank you very much.
Finally, this morning, we're ending with Lucinda and Sheila, who are going to give us a summary of RAS Education Outreach since 2014, which seems like a very long time. Thank you both very much.
I think this is going to be a bit of a whirlwind because there's lots to talk about. So I joined the RAS in 2014 when this was still our logo. So I just wanted to flag it because I miss it a little bit. But when I started, it was the objectives of the society had obviously been around since 1820, but we didn't really have a huge amount of focus on outreach and education. We had the Education Outreach Committee. We said that we would encourage and promote and support education, but a lot of the actual work, well, there wasn't much work being done. Robert Massey, our line manager, was doing some sort of ad hoc stuff. And we would meet as a committee, but sort of not really have any particular agendas or focuses. So over time, so before I joined, the team came up with the amazing idea of RAS 200, and so realised that as part of that, they would need an RAS 200 designated member of staff. So that was partly why I was hired. And we've heard a bit about Care for Carers. So we funded 12 absolutely incredible projects doing outreach and education with all kinds of different audiences that vary from age, gender, geographic location, socioeconomic background, et cetera, et cetera. So the inception for that was before I joined. I joined in 2014, and we were planning on celebrating the bicentenary with these innovative grassroots projects that would sort of change how we did outreach. And I think we managed to do that. We tried to sort of target different audiences. So we were hoping to work with our members and our fellows and academics, but we wanted really to get out into the communities and work with those people who knew their audiences, and we could just provide the space. So RAS 200 started as Astonishing Astronomy and Glorious Geophysics, I think. It was changed soon after I joined to a slightly snappier title, but over what ended up being 7 years because of the pandemic, we had all kinds of meetings to get people to apply for the funding. We had two tranches of applications, and then we have been working with these 12 projects since 2015, 2017. And we had an amazing closing meeting and ceremony last night. And now all that's left to do is for Sue and I to write all this up as academic papers and brochures that we hope to put out around the time of NAM. So we really wanted 5, which ended up being 7-year projects with high commitment, benefits to the RAS, but benefits to the partners as well. We work with external evaluators. Sarah's going to talk about evaluation later on, but that was absolutely crucial to the project, and it will be really important for writing up all the lessons learned too. Some of the key audiences were carers, prisoners, children who came from challenging backgrounds, but we also had football fans, Girl Guides, Welsh language speakers, and the NAS, the National Autistic Society, created some fantastic brochures. You can pick up copies in the tea and coffee room, so do take those home. Just a really quick snapshot of the outcomes, and the numbers are still being counted, but to date we've directly engaged with something like 170,000 people. But that's direct engagement, indirect engagement over social media, etc. And festivals and TV programs and radio and prison radio is not part of those numbers. So it's going to be much, much, much higher. We've heard some feedback from the Cole team. That's one of my favorite quotes, learned that Pluto ain't a planet. But we also found some really unexpected outcomes as well. So huge amounts of reports of increased well-being and self-confidence. And we've used our lessons from RAS 200 to help shape part of our E&O strategy going forward. We did learn the fact that we had to go out into those communities and not tell them what to do or how to work with their audiences, but just provide that astronomy support. And that we were very dependent on other people's creative ideas, and we were just there to help. Some of the best things are the pictures and the quotes. So this is the Girl Guiding Brownie Space Badge. To date, 40,000 space badges have been sold to children in the UK. 40,000. It's one of the highest brownie badges so far. These are pictures from the Geophysics in a Box project, where we were linking football fans to seismic waves and getting geophysics to different audiences. This is some photos from the Galway project, graffitiing grannies, doing some space art, intergenerational projects. And these are pictures from HMP Brixton, where we took astronomy to the inmates, which was particularly profound during lockdown, when they were only allowed out 1 out of 24 hours a day. And then other things that we did, that we have done since 2014. One of the big things that I did when I first started was do a sort of not social media, public campaign for the eclipse in 2015. We had 1,000 people come to Regent's Park. We also created a really cool brochure about the solar eclipse and some teaching materials as well. This was the weather. I had a very, very long day doing lots of TV interviews about looking through solar eclipses with colanders, and then even made the front page of the Evening Standard looking like that, which was not the best representation of the RAS, but anyway. Other projects that we've done are celebrate 100 years of women of the RAS. We've created a really good careers booklet looking at very, very different careers of people, different entry points as well of people in the space industry, looking at different demographics of people as well. We've worked with all kinds of organisations like ESRO UK, Institute of Physics. We do teacher training. We have an outreach map that doesn't work, but we are working on fixing that. We do lots of teacher training. We do lots of CPD. We have done things at the UK Space Conference. We've created our own outreach events like RAS Reach. I think I've got some more pictures. So we do a lot. So this was RAS Reach in 2019, just before pandemic. We had one in Glasgow 2 weeks ago, and that's an education outreach training day, and has just gone hybrid for obvious reasons. So that's a really good thing as well. We started off teaching GCSE astronomy, first of all at the RAS in the lecture theatre. Then when I moved to the Northwest, I taught it in a school in the Northwest. We just got the news that one of our students from last year was one of the top 12 in the country. So that's pretty good. Doing quite well. And then using resources from organisations like Ezra UK to do Mission X challenges, like making urine, and teaching children about hydration in space and all of that kind of stuff. So we offer, or have offered, a huge amount of things using the RAS building and going into schools as well. But we didn't know what to say no to. We were overworked, but you know, we're really, really passionate. So the strategy is going to be really useful. One of the things that we have done is found new focuses. I've worked with librarian and archivist Dr. Prosser, who's talking later. We picked Caroline Herschel as an obvious focus. We developed a completely new schools program for primary schools to come in to the RAS, interact with the collections, meet Caroline Herschel, an actress playing Caroline Herschel. But we didn't tell them that. We told them that she was a ghost that lived in the library, which they loved. We also did a science section talking about comets, making comets. We've made a lot of comets in our years, and then the students would be in the library interacting with Caroline's actual notebooks, drawing comets based on resources and the collections that we've got in the library. And we've also worked with other partners to fund other projects. So, for example, with Jenny Shipway, the Astro Boost project, which was a survey and some resources around JWST, but working with amateur astronomical societies. Then came COVID.
I'm actually not COVID, I'm Lucinda. I was interviewed in September 2017 for this position to work with my colleague Sheila, who was moving to the Northwest, as she said. One of the questions I asked her in my interview was, what's a day like for any officer? And she said, no 2 days are alike. And that is absolutely true. There's never a dull moment. And expect the unexpected. But what I didn't expect was that the unexpected would be on a global level. So just getting the hang of things in astronomy, geophysics, and space science in the UK. If you can tell, I'm from California. I'm originally from Silicon Valley. So I like, my background's in geology and art. I like combining art and science. And I like technology, being from Silicon Valley, and 3D tools, doing some work with all levels, all ages, open to everything, and some CPD with teachers in geophysics in Portugal. I wear many hats as an E&O officer. We do lots of different jobs, and I was also made bicentenary events officer at some point, in addition to my other jobs. But in 2020, January 2020, we were excited to finally celebrate our bicentenary, and we had some new kit. We announced our logo. I had my first bicentenary public lecture that was starting off in Cardiff successfully, and we did some outreach in the courtyard. We worked with Ezra UK, and this was probably the last visit we had out in February, as you can see, the 27th of 2020 at Royal Space in Harwell. So then I just wanted to mention that, of course, the next month is when we did a lockdown. And I just wanted to show that Tim Peake also got on the virtual world too, through the UK Space Agency, to do some talks, of course, to connect with people as we were dealing with this. I'm not sure, I think this was early on. And so, we didn't know, nobody knew, was it going to stop? When was it the roller coaster ride that we were on, which nearly has lasted for 3 years? So I decided to kind of put word clouds, our annual reports that we create every year. So some words from our annual reports before COVID and some words after and during COVID. So I'm going to start on the right, because the ones that stand out was online astronomy, because you can see the biggest word on the left is students. So teaching a lot of students, how are we going to deal with that issue? video, Zoom, attendees, not attendance, because there were Zoom attendees. How many views do we have? YouTube, lockdown. So a completely different world from what we had previously, things that we had never dealt with before, solutions that we have never had to consider. Emma Bunce, thank you so much. She was a pillar of support during COVID. And of course, in the pandemic, also a very scary word to see. And then on the left, we have visits, lectures, networking, and those were all the problems we had to figure out how to do that virtually. And of course, our very important students. Unfortunately, this was not the setup that I had at home. It would have been really cool, but I did with what we had. So we did adopt Zoom. We kept the status quo virtually, created new events content and trained, and I had to train staff. I started off with accumulating or gathering all the tools that we needed, things like how are we going to deal with networking. So if you did attend some of our SDMs during COVID, you would have, this might look familiar to you. Training our staff members, can you unmute yourself now? Can you hear you? All that thing. I'm sure everybody remembers that during COVID. One of the first big problems we had to solve was a council meeting. How are we going to take votes and know how many votes, all that virtually, which was, I'm sure, very, very new to our council. Training staff, like I mentioned, organizing staff, who was going to do what during COVID, and that was put on me, which was quite overwhelming in addition to all the other tasks. But Zoom was really great, it turned out. We started off with 1 to 3 licenses, and now I manage 11 licenses, which I don't see them going away anytime soon because they're a really excellent tool towards hybridization, which is kind of the way the world is now. Thank you to Sheila for kicking off our virtual outreach with her son Beck in the upper left-hand corner in April of 2020, and making tools available to our users for other activities that they could do, and also reading a book in 2020 as well. So we had a good schedule of lockdown learning via our website. And of course, I tackled students as well as GCSE astronomy. So it was great to collaborate with Sheila on this eventually. And of course, a big thank you to Professor Kevin Walsh, who's in the room, for helping getting us through that. And as she mentioned, one of our students was a top 12 in the country. We ended up with a 6, 2 7s, an 8, and 4 9s so far, who decided to sit the GCSE exam at the end of that. Opportunities to work together, learn from each other, and grow, and we did. This was what I dealt with when I was first told, we need to solve some of these issues with how we're going to connect to the outside world. We had about 2,000 subscribers in 2020 on our YouTube channel. I started off with a 30th anniversary of Hubble with Stephen Wilkins, and group went from there. So that's my list of the first, finishing up the bicentennial lectures. I met with some of the ENO officers in our courtyard. So we have Joe here from the Linnaean, a couple of officers from GeoSoc, and Hassan from Royal Society of Chemistry. Sadly, all of them have moved on to other places at this point, but I learned so much for them, doing some better polls. Because ExoMars wasn't going to happen, we were going to do a big courtyard event that summer, and it ended up being lunchtime scientists in astrobiology to reach GCSE students. NAM 2020 was canceled, so but luckily, for obvious reasons, we did do it the following year virtually. But the H3+ team at Leicester University called me and said, we still have time on the infrared telescope at Mauna Kea. Do you want to live stream it? And I said, yeah. So we 6 hours actually with this, and with watching Ganymede cross the disk of Jupiter, which was just amazing. We had Emma Bunce do a talk, we had Dr. Sam Prosser do a talk. It was, I think I watched it 8 times, times 6, that's quite a lot of hours. But it got 3,000 views initially. So we did it again the next year, but we didn't do one. We did 3 days, 8 hours each of remote observation. So we added this to our collection of educational videos for professional astronomy. And it's a big hit. Lots of really great feedback, truly amazing, epic. Thanks for sharing. This is how every Friday should be. And I absolutely agree. And so far it's had 25,000 views. And that's a lot of hours of watching, just sitting there waiting to see what we're going to see on a telescope in Hawaii. Phosphenes on Venus. I was actually moving the day we did that. So I made sure I had a desk and a computer. The house was empty of furniture and I had internet. And my line manager, Dr. Massey, said, oh, can you do a simulcast? Sure. I had no idea what I was doing. But of course, with my
reaching out to the other societies, I learned some of these things to ask questions. So I set up a simulcast on YouTube and Facebook. There's my YouTube, there's my Facebook. We had 80,000 people queuing before 4 o'clock. And that was run on my internet in my little house in Wallingford, just on the day I was moving. And there you go. After 48 hours, we had over 150,000 views. Pretty amazing. And we added 10,000 new subscribers. So we were growing for sure. I was chair of National Astronomy Week in 2019. So we were doing meetings at RAS in person, and had been spending a year getting ready for this. We even printed a banner for AstroFest. So they went to AstroFest and talked about it. But once March hit, we realized we had 9 months to switch gears to go online. So I had to create a lot of content. We still created a website, which they normally do for National Astronomy Week. But as you can see, everything was online because nobody could use a telescope with the public. Thanks to these people, Nick, Brendan, and Bob, who allowed for the website to be created. And these organizations who I worked with and struggled through creating this, organizing the event itself to go online. We had AM activities for kids Monday through Friday that Sheila helped with. And thanks to Chris Lintott, who started us off with an intro to Mars on the first Saturday evening. And that was all then followed by remote observations around the UK. So I worked with David Arditi from the BAA, and him and I together helped to train. And some of these were actually already used to remote observations. So they trained other people in this group, but we had people ready every night, 9 days of remote observations at the end of every day for that week. And we even had Greenwich take over one night. We had Kildare take over one night. It was absolutely amazing. And Agapios down here, he was in Cyprus. So in case the weather in the UK didn't cooperate, he was our standby to see Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the moon. And we were so happy when it was all over. These were all part of the organizing committee. It was fantastic. And of course, COVID, I just continued on to do kind of some of the work for visuals. You can even play games virtually if you have it. Trying to help staff morale, doing an Easter egg hunt with Easter eggs that they actually drew. And then I put it into this little interface to have fun with. Mars Day Online. I did an animated fire behind Emma and Carol during the NAM that we did. And Beth was really great. They did some really good interactive stuff as we're used to doing now. And if you don't remember, we sent humans to the ISS in 2020. So I was doing outreach with schools in China, Mexico, Sri Lanka. It took us international, and that was an amazing feat to do while we were hit with COVID. So where are we now? We have nearly 14,000 subscribers on YouTube, and a bit more, hopefully organized look and feel to our YouTube channel. 500 views for 100 years of geophysics, 1,500 for our RAS fellow female astronomers. I posted all the material I could from NAM, 2,500 views. This is the most amazing to me, our educational videos, which is preschool, primary, secondary, and now professional astronomy, 35,000 views. I never thought we'd have that. And I think, as always, our public lectures and our bicentennial lectures and our ordinary meetings usually have a large audience. So that's really a large number to us. Anyway, we're not Dr. Becky numbers yet, but that's a pretty good. As bicentennial events officer, we did print out, so it is in our foyer now. We got it installed in February 2022. I got to come into the Burlington House finally library and do some work with work for a video finally in-house. I got sent to Goonhilly to help with a live stream there for Gaia's data release, and that was amazing. I did present in 3 places last year. So this was in Spain, where I got COVID. I did it at NAM, I presented at NAM, and this is Australia, communication astronomy in the public. I didn't get to go, obviously it was virtual, but I did present a poster there. And of course, continuing to do my imagery and video support for RAS press releases. So going forward and living and working with COVID, and yeah, you're welcome to come up, Sheila. We want to, we understand that hybrid sessions are going to be still part of it, and live streams are a huge draw because it allows us to reach out to a larger audience than we've never had before, and obviously international audience at that. I think community is really important. Working together is really important. Reaching out to people around you that you probably have never talked to before. They know things that you might not, and filling in those gaps, and you can create something bigger than you probably thought about before. Inclusivity is really important to me because I think that's the biggest drawback that we have is we have students in the UK who don't even have devices, might not even have access to the internet. So those are some huge problems for us to overcome and figure out what we're going to do. Strategy and onwards, obviously, we're very appreciative of this strategy and we want to work within it. So we want to get the fellows involved. If any fellows want to host a public talk, contact me. I'd be happy to put you to help out with that. Diversity and inclusivity, obviously, with Sheila's position, GCC Astronomy for the underrepresented, which is what we try to do right now still, because we visit, both of us visit 4 different schools every month to offer GCSE on a weekly basis. And of course, more things happening here at Burlington House and the public.
With the sort of diversity and inclusivity as well, we're doing things because of COVID. So we're using online things that we didn't have before, but with audiences like I did some astronomy sessions with children with long COVID who can't go to school. And so we could zoom into them and, you know, and talk to them. And obviously the numbers are a lot smaller, but the depth of engagement is very different.
And we've got these new awards for primary, secondary teachers and higher education, and we'd love to work more with them and supporting these talented educators.
And one of the additional opportunities that we now have for RAS fellows, and I know we've got someone from STEM Learning here today and some watching online, but if you are a RAS fellow and you sign up to be a STEM ambassador and you tick the sharing of information box, we can actually access the data of, you know, which schools you're going to, how many people you're interacting with, and we can build up a really good picture of the engagement that you do for the RAS and on behalf of the RAS, because we're only 2 people. So the more delivery we can get the RAS fellows to do for, you know, with us and for us, the further we can reach.
And I just want to mention a couple of things coming up. British Science Week's coming up in March. We're going to have some workshops with a couple of fellows in the room who are going to help us connect circuits and constellations. And then a STEM learning induction. I'm organizing that for before summer to get our RAS fellows become STEM ambassadors. And I think that's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
We do have time for some questions if anybody has anything. There was a lot there.
Yeah,
Might take a while.
Yeah, that was a lot. Did you make the time?
It was 10 years.
You guys are gonna have a good lunch.
Thank you. I'm thinking of signing up as a STEM ambassador, but I would do it in order to fill your database. Can I do that without actually being invited? Because I do quite a lot of outreach. I'm doing
well,
that as
so
well.
you can to become a STEM ambassador, you only have to do one. You only have to log one outreach activity per year. So if you're doing them anyway, you can sign up so that you're part of our database, but you don't need to do an additional activity. You can do one.
Any more questions? I know, Sheila.
I've got kind of a practical one. Do you have any like best practice advice for delivering sessions over Zoom?
Over Zoom. Oh, gosh.
Well, for instance, with the kids with long COVID and stuff like that, are there things that you've learned or like things that you wouldn't do?
Okay. So, I mean, if I'm honest, I'm a bit of a control freak. So I do like to produce things in advance to make sure that everybody knows where to be. Emma would know this because I would send out sheets with timestamps with like when you're on, when your mic is off, things like that. And just I think obviously as a communicator that knowledge is really helpful, and keeping everyone in the know is really helpful so that they know what to expect, because we all don't like with the unexpected. But so I think just making sure you are in communication with the people who are going to be on, and of course with the students in the group, I don't know, I let it go because wonderful things come about when you just allow them to be.
Yeah, and when we first started teaching the online GCSE, it was us 3 teachers and all the children, all the students had their cameras off, and we had absolutely no idea who we were speaking to. They could chat to each other.
Yeah, it was great.
and they could unmute their mics, but we never saw them, which obviously was a very different experience to being in a classroom. And I think we learned a lot from that and have taken that forwards.
One last question. Not, I'll use chairs broadly.
Yeah, thanks. A question about working with children. I mean, I represent the Hanwell Community Observatory here, and we've had quite a lot of children's groups at the telescopes over the years. Do you think that there's really a minimum age at which kids, certainly in a group, can engage meaningfully with the subject?
I go into nurseries and teach 2- and 3-year-olds. And do
right.
hands-on activities with 3-year-olds. So
Yes.
no is what I think, but it might be different for a coming to an observatory.
Yes, yes.
You know, there's certain things that
I
you
mean,
don't
we
need to
do
touch.
now, because of past experiences, actually impose a minimum age for a group of about 8 years old, because we found that younger ones, you know, in sort of 20s around the telescopes, and there are only 3 responsible adults who are sometimes not terribly responsible. You know, it can be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you hopefully would change what you do if you had younger people. So maybe sing songs with them or read picture books with them rather than telling them.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't want me to sing
Einstein's
songs.
equation. But yeah. And then we've got all the safeguarding documents online as well, if you're doing anything like that and you need more information about safeguarding young people.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm going to finish in a slightly cheeky way. I'm here because I'm the current chair of the RAS Education and Outreach Committee. And over the years, I've been on a lot of committees and advisory boards and organizational boards and all these sorts of things. And I have to say, working with the RAS, working with Sheila, working with Lucinda, working with Robert Massey and all the rest of the team, it's one of the most enthusiastic, supportive and generous groups I've ever had the opportunity to work with. So can we thank Sheila and Lucinda, not just for the talk, but for all the wonderful work they're doing. Finally, that's it for the morning session. There's a couple of quick thank yous. First of all, obviously to all the speakers, but also for Joe for running around with the microphone so well. We'll be back at 1:20 and we'll need to start sharply at 1:20. So make sure you get some food and come back and enjoy the conversations over lunch. Thank you all very much.
Oh, we've got, yep, sure. Right, everybody, we're starting. Please take your seats. Go like this. That's better. I'm not hiding behind the lectern. I hope you all had a nice lunch that wasn't too expensive. I forgot how expensive Central London is. That's the best bit about being at home, isn't it, when you do things? Okay, so we're starting the afternoon session. And our first speaker is Sarah Jenkins. I mentioned her briefly when I was talking about RAS 200 evaluation, but she's going to be talking today about practical and meaningful evaluation of engagement. Guessing. There we go. All right, good afternoon, everyone. And for those of you who are from God's own country. Yeah, I will when I start talking. You need me. Are you recording this? Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Being 5'2", I hate standing behind these things. Yeah, so a little bit about me. Yes, I've been working with a team, Louise, Liz, and before he relocated to America, Eric, evaluating RAS 200 since 2015. But actually my science background is in the biosciences. And it was really in the early 2000s that I developed an interest in engagement and outreach. And then went off to study science communication at University of West of England, where I now am an associate lecturer supervising science communication projects at master's level. So at that time, I think, and having always worked on funded projects, obtaining funds, managing projects that were funded by external funders and reporting on them, I was immensely frustrated by what people were calling evaluation.
to me, it was all about numbers and outputs, and nobody was looking at the genuine impact and outcomes that those projects were delivering. So I set up Genesis Associates, a company, and all I do now, all the company does is evaluation. And since we became incorporated in 2006, we've probably done well over 130 evaluations. It might even be 140 plus now. And that's everything from single one-off events, which I'm sure some of you in this room will do, to large tens of millions of pounds worth of projects. And obviously RAS 200 fits perhaps towards the upper end of that spectrum. But those evaluations have involved everywhere, everybody, and everything. By everywhere, I mean online, social media, in schools. Looking at the slide that you've got above you, there's a cluster of 3 pictures with somebody on a trapeze, some teachers doing CPD. So all of this is schools evaluation, Hope Beyond Hype and Breathing Together, social media, podcasting, conventional spaces like this one. So we've got people at a talk, and then less conventional. We have a waterfront in Yemen, bus in Manchester, and a shopping centre in Oxford. So it's been everywhere. It's been feedback from people aged 2 to, I think 92 is my oldest, or admitted that they were the oldest person that we've got feedback from so far. And also every subject area, because actually, although starting in STEM, done quite a lot of evaluation now in the arts and humanities. And I think there's some really interesting things that we can learn in the STEM sector from those sectors and how they evaluate. But it's not just about the audiences. This is a group of researchers, so people who are delivering engagement projects, and it's getting their feedback and impacts on them as well. So it's across the whole spectrum. That's a little bit about where I come from. And what I'm trying to do today, I guess, is 2 things. It's look at, for RAS as an organisation, a systematic, embedded approach to evaluation, and how that can help in delivering this new strategy that is being developed, is on the cusp of being implemented, but also thinking about outcomes more broadly, I would add to that as well. It's not just numbers, it's not just STEM learning, and I'm sure you've heard from this morning's speakers. I know the Care for Carers project, for example, really well, because it's part of RAS 200, and seeing the breadth of outcomes that can be achieved through astronomy and geophysics engagement and outreach. So I'm going to tell you, or provoke you to think about different ways you might want to capture some of those broader outcomes. So for you as individuals, I'm hoping that you'll gain something about how you can approach evaluating your own engagement and outreach. And to do that, I'm going to cover 3 topics to help you understand how evaluation, and I'm going to repeat this, I make no apologies for repeating it, should be an integral part of your outreach and engagement from the absolute outset. And I also want to demonstrate how, if you include it when you're actually planning your undertaking, so that undertaking could be a new strategy, it could be a new project, it could be a new program, it could be an event, it could be any of these things, that if you include thinking about evaluation from the very beginning, will actually help you optimize what you deliver and the outcomes that then delivers to the audiences. So when I say planned and practical, and I repeat planned and I repeat embedded, just remember that I am not apologizing for those words. They are really, really critical to this. And I think they're even more critical when you're talking about those audiences that we probably think of as traditionally underrepresented in STEM outreach. Being clear and thinking about what you're doing from the outset is even more important. So underrepresented or less represented audiences, less traditional audiences, they're key. we do a lot of monitoring, don't we, in STEM, I think. We collect information about our activities, the number of things we do, the number of people who come to them. That helps us inform our decisions if we want to increase our audiences. But really, monitoring can only tell you about what you've done. It holds that mirror up and says, this is what you've been doing. Evaluation goes a step further. It tells you about the effects of what you've been doing. So it's deeper than monitoring. And it might be for your own purposes, you only need to do the monitoring side of this. And I think if that's the case, be honest about it from the outset. Don't do anything you don't need to do. I'll repeat that as much as planned and embedded, I promise you. The other thing that I've just mentioned whilst we're talking about monitoring and evaluation, I say systematically determining worth, value, and success. Yes, the evaluation process is systematic, but the feedback you gather might be ad hoc. And ad hoc feedback can be hugely valuable. But I think it's about how you and where you record it, not literally record it, but how you keep a record of that ad hoc feedback can be immensely useful. So having one place where you keep the ad hoc feedback might be enough for you. You might not need to do anything more when you're evaluating something. And if you do want to do more or need to do more, it can be a huge complement to what you gather through things like surveys and interviews and more formal methods. So ad hoc feedback isn't to be sniffed at all and is really useful. Still on why evaluate, and you'll find I'll talk about that as much as I talk about the what and the how. Really be clear about why you're evaluating. And these are all reasons you could be evaluating. Which one might be the primary one for you? You could be doing some formative evaluation. You might want to identify potential audiences for you. You might be needing to demonstrate success. You might be hoping to improve or learn from what you've already done. For those of you who've been evaluating your activities, what's been the main driver and motivation for you? Have a think about that. Is it on this list? If you've got something that's not on this list, please let me know. Anyone got any main reasons they do evaluation? You don't have to tell me now. We can comment in the questions, but it would be good to know those. As I've said, is evaluation required at all? One of the most common questions we get as specialists in evaluation is, can you help me with evaluating X, Y, or Z? So my answer to that is always, very probably, what's your time frame, what's your budget, and what exactly do you want or need to know? Because actually, do you need an evaluation? Do you already have access to the information you need? Is it just about how you gather that already, or how you collate it, or how you present it? And then the second question is, do you really need an external evaluator? And it's very likely if it's something fairly small scale that you won't. And if you do need an external evaluator, do you just need them to help you devise a framework for your evaluation? Put the structure around what you're going to do, or do you actually want someone to collect the data, write the report, and do everything else? So the scope of what you want in the evaluation is also important. And is it all about the audiences you want to reach, or is it about partners? Are you working with community partners, which you're very likely to be if you're working with some of the less well-represented audience groups and less well-represented communities in public engagement? So do you want to know about the impact on those partners, your colleagues, your own organisation itself? So that's all about the scope. More things to think about. Yes, we're still on the purpose. Who is it primarily for? Is it for a funder? Is it for somebody who's given you a grant? Is it for you? Is it for your partners, your audiences? And are you thinking about a summative evaluation? Is it looking backward? Is it trying to measure success, measure achievement, probably would be a better word there? Or is it formative? Are you piloting something? Are you testing a new approach to the outreach and engagement that you're delivering. And you might want to think about those aspects as well. I've got a do's and don'ts list coming up next. I hope it doesn't feel too much like being at school, but I don't think any of these do's and don'ts will surprise anybody in this room. But some things that have surprised me is this analysing, writing up and sharing your findings with others. The stage we're at with the RAS 200 evaluation is we're still collecting data, particularly about the impact on the RAS itself. We're still collecting the data there. We're doing the analysis of the data we've had in from the projects. But I have walked into offices where someone has said, look, I've collected all of these questionnaires and the pile is this high, but I've not done anything with it. So my question to them would be, why have you collected that information? So really think about what you're going to do with the information you collect. And the next thing is on the don't side, really don't worry about showing failure. It's how organizations learn. It's how we all improve. It's how we've moved on as human beings, if we are going in the right direction. And I think here, there's a lovely project that Leeds University has been running in the arts and culture sector, and it's actually called Fail Space. And it's all about techniques for making sure you really do draw out the learning, the barriers, the challenges, the what wasn't so successful in evaluation. The funding for that's just coming to an end, but all the resources are online. And I think the other thing that I've learned from them, and actually from the arts and culture sector more generally, is by making things visually appealing, you can get feedback from audiences that maybe are put off by, the conventional black and white paper survey or some of those tools. So there's some really nice stuff in the Fail Space brochure. But I would say whatever you're doing in your evaluation is plan a space to capture failure. And actually, for an organization like RAS that makes grants and awards funding for outreach, you can encourage managed risk and can encourage learning from, let's not call it failure, less successful outcomes. So I think you could include that within any strategy. You could make that an ambitious part of your strategy to include space for risk and manage failure. So manage risk, and failure to be reported. That's all been about why we're evaluating. And it's so important that anyone who's undertaking evaluation really understands the why. And in RAS 200, we have 3 questions to answer, 3 broad questions, which form the basis of the work that we've been doing. And they were, who is it reaching? What impact is it having on them? And implicit in that was, are those audiences different to the audiences that other RAS engagement and outreach might be doing? The second one was, did the projects meet their own objectives and aims? And what did they learn also from trying to achieve those objectives or aims, or maybe not always achieving them and doing something different? Because as well as space for failure, make space for the surprise outcome as well. And then the third question is the one I alluded to before, and that's the impact of RAS 200 on the RAS as an institution. And we're still gathering data on that. So that's the why. And let's move on to the what. And this, I think the key message here is that when you're defining the what you're evaluating, so that could be your project, your activity, your strategy, it's really useful to use evaluation as a tool to help you plan that. So once you've got the clear purpose and the scope for your evaluation, you can think about these questions. So what's the purpose? And the purpose here is the purpose of the activity or the undertaking. If you want to grow something? Do you want to inspire more fellows to undertake engagement and outreach? Lots of people are taking photos. I'm hoping that these slides might be shared afterwards. And to do that, you've got to set some aims, some objectives. Wherever possible, make your objectives SMART, because that helps us. But SMART doesn't mean they have to be all about numbers. You could be looking for an increase in the number of people who report greater confidence as a result of doing something. And those of you who were here yesterday may have heard my colleague Liz talk about the sort of what we're seeing from RAS 200 is the power of astronomy and geophysics to have emotional and social impacts on audiences. So once you've got your objectives for your activity, you start thinking about the outcomes you want it to have. And those outcomes are the outcomes that you're delivering to the audiences, to the fellows who take part in engagement. If you're RAS, what do you want them to feel? Do you want them to be inspired to do more engagement? Do you want them to be inspired to do engagement with different audiences? And if you do have partners, review all of this before you set the outcomes, review your aims and objectives with any partners, any collaborators. It's really important they're agreed. And I keep talking about partners and collaborators because in my experience, if you are going to be working with particular communities, you need to be working with the people who already know those communities, who already support them and know them best. So here are some aims and objectives. And obviously just really showing the difference, the fact that your aims are quite broad and they're not time bound, whereas we've obviously put some specific objectives. I think the word successful is really interesting here because success is different in every project. And I think I would reword that objective to train 50 early career physicists in public engagement and support them to deliver 3 engagement events in the calendar year. I take the word successful out because actually 3 engagement events, and then I would add and want to do more because you're trying to inspire them to do more. So I think this determining success was actually not the right word here. So more things to think about what you're evaluating. And these are some real examples. The top example with the young person with the green support system in a glass is a project that was targeting teenagers with additional physical needs, took place in a formal learning environment, and the main intended outcome there was design skills. And actually what this individual designed was something to help them drink when they were out, because they could put it in a bottle or a glass and not feel they had to have 2 hands on things. But the key was actually designing it in green or different colors, because all the aids they could buy were pale pink or beige and not targeted at their particular age group. So they designed, but actually the social and emotional impact on the individuals who took part in that project were huge. Their greater self-confidence, self-reliance, their feelings of well-being improved. So that was an area where, yes, the outcome was X number of teenagers will undertake training in these designs and skills, design and production skills. They'll produce something and we'll all tick a box at the end of it. But actually the real impact was that broader one. And to capture that impact, we actually needed to speak to them. Some of them also produced their own stories around what they've done, but we'll come on to the hows later on. At the bottom, younger man in a blue hoodie. He was a primary school pupil living in a highly built up urban environment in an area of multiple deprivation. And there it was trying to encourage positive engagement and attitudes to nature and the local area. A lot of people talk about the 5-minute door, the 15-minute doorstep, you know, the culture, the activities. that's where people will go. So, but actually what we found there was that there were also these kind of sense of well-being, the sense of pride, the number of those children who went back and told their families about what went on in nature, including someone who was on the 18th floor of a tower block who said, I now tell my mother not to sweep the spiders off the tower block because I appreciate their role in the, you know, in the whole world of biodiversity. So that's a huge, huge outcome. Interestingly, sometimes what we think of as underrepresented audiences are not always underrepresented, and that's why I've included this slide here. This was an event at a major arts festival, and it was felt, oh, you know, we'll reach lots of underrepresented audiences. I would say they weren't underrepresented. What you reached were lots of white, middle-class, middle-aged people. And people who were interested in things and stuff, who would go to STEM as much as they would go to the arts or a cultural performance. So actually it wasn't a new audience for the STEM subject. I can see lots of nods around the room. We've all been here, haven't we, you know? And the anticipation was you were going to get this whole new audience for something, and it wasn't quite the right place to find them. They just happened to be in a woodland and having a great time, but they could equally have probably put a suit on and sat in a lecture theatre like this and been utterly comfortable here as well. So just a not a note of caution, but thinking about who your underrepresented audiences are and what they mean in your locality as well, where you're working. What does underrepresented mean in that area? So thinking about the types of experiences and the types of audiences there, I'm going to spend some time on outcomes. And again, no apologies there. Outcomes are critical in evaluation. You know, it can be easy to measure the outputs, as I've already said, the deliverables, the events, but the benefits and the changes that are achieved are absolutely fundamental to you having any impact, because impact will only happen if you record your outputs and your outcomes. I know impact can have a very particular meaning in higher education, and I'm less talking about that and more talking about impact in general. And you often heard the word changed used as well. What change has your engagement or outreach had? And that's really what impact has it had, an outcome. I put learning alongside this because hopefully, if we're doing a meaningful evaluation, there's a sense of reflection and learning throughout it. When we're defining our outcomes, this is a really, again, arts and culture rose out of the museums, libraries and archives, is now hosted on the Arts Council website, the generic learning outcomes. And it's a good way of thinking about remember, we're still in the planning phase, what we're intending to achieve. So it can be knowledge skills, it can be enjoyment, inspiration, creativity, it can be behavior and progression. But I think that attitudes and values is really, really important, because that's where you find out about people's feelings, perceptions, their opinions about themselves or others. Remember, I mentioned self-reliance earlier, capacity for tolerance, empathy, motivation, attitudes towards organizations. You can include in that the social and emotional kind of outcomes, and there's actually generic social outcomes on the ACE website as well, ACE being Arts Council England, health and well-being, better contribution to public life, stronger communities, which can be really important in some of the projects that you're undertaking. And these are a nice way for you to think about your outcomes. There are also some quite sophisticated scales for measuring well-being, individual well-being, like the Warwick scale that you can apply. We've not applied any of those formal well-being scales in the evaluation of RAS 200. I think that kind of emotional impact and emotional connectedness that people felt for the subject of astronomy was perhaps one of those surprise outcomes. It maybe shouldn't have been. But, you know, you have a subject that is immensely emotionally compelling to people. I said I worked across all disciplines. And when you're working with civil engineers, and again, no apologies to civil engineers in the room, it can be a little bit more difficult to create some sense of emotional connection. 2 minutes. So that is the why and the why and the what is being evaluated. I've got 2 minutes and I only wanted 2 minutes on the how, because actually that's the easy bit. That's the bit where there's loads of information. You have the Europlanet Evaluation Toolkit. Anita, cheer for Anita, and Karen Bultitude and people who've worked on that. This is a great tool for helping you think. But you might want to plan your evaluation with something like this. Some guiding questions. What are the broad questions I want to answer? Some indicators. How am I going to know if I've achieved them? And then you get into your methods. And when you're planning your methods, this is where you've really got to make it meaningful and practical. It's got to mean something to the audience. Yes, it might mean something to you. Hopefully, because you've thought really hard about the why and the what, you know what information you need to collect and how it's going to be used. Now the real practical stuff kicks in. What resources have you got available? And that's not just money, it's people, skills, and time. So make your methods proportionate, not just to the activity. If it's a small activity, one-off, you don't make your methods proportionate to that. Also make them proportionate to the resources you've got available. If you're working with a community partner, the third sector is brilliant on evaluation. They will have tools and techniques that are appropriate for your audiences. So they might already be gathering the information. You might be part of a larger event. They might have all the info you need. Make it easy for yourself. And then what's appropriate? And this is where ethical issues can come in as well. It may be easier to collect spoken feedback, drawn feedback, visual feedback. If you're talking to somebody, make sure you've got consent to take their views down, even if you're not recording it, if you're writing it down. There's a great technique that I'll leave you with: snapshot interviews, 2-minute interview, not recorded, very clear questions that you want answered, and you just make notes of those. And people love doing that. And anyone can do that. And that's a really nice way. And the other tool that I think is underused is observation, just seeing how people react. And again, a bit like your ad hoc feedback, record it in a structured way. So that is really planning your evaluation methodology. There are some more slides on here, but they go into sampling, designing your materials to make sure they're unbalanced. Always put yourself in the audience shoes. If you can co-create your evaluation materials with your audience, that's absolutely fabulous. And that's my trapeze project. And, you know, you don't have to have a questionnaire, but you can get exactly the same answers from something visual like this. You can find out where people come from. You can have a tablecloth where people can write and draw, or tell you their views and get you to write them down. And you can have just somewhere where people can make a mark, or you could even have a piece of wallpaper that people can stand on to make that mark about the extent to which they knew about science before today. So then you can fill in your plan. And there are your top tips. And I'm repeating the planning, the embedding, avoiding what's easy to measure. Think about the whole extent of outcomes. What do you really want to measure? What outcomes are you looking for? What outcomes could you achieve? And then make your materials and methods appropriate for this and relevant to the specific audience and platform. And test, test, test. Lots of published evaluation reports out there. I'm sure I've got across, they're not just in the STEM sector. You'll get some fabulous ideas from those. And if you haven't already got it, get your Europlanets guide. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah. Are you staying till the end? So if there's, so if there's any questions, we've got a discussion section at the end. If you've got any questions for Sarah. Next up, we've got Dr. Will Dunn with, is it an acronym or do you say orbiters? Oh, orbits. I can't even read. Research with Schools project that transforms inclusivity in science.
Oh, how do I do videos? Okay, I'll figure it out. Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks so much for the invite as well. So I'm talking about orbits, but orbits is really, I'm sort of channeling a huge number of people who've been involved in it over the years. So like Lucinda ran it for a year, Anita helped found it. And Karen helped us build a really cool new website. So yeah, lots and lots of people involved. And I will do my best not to sabotage their work. We've been super fortunate to be supported by lots and lots of people, particularly the Ogden Trust at the moment are supporting us to start new hubs at different places across the UK. So if you think this sounds cool, I'd love to hear from you and maybe we can talk to Ogden and see if we can start a hub with you. This is what I'll go through today. So who am I, which will be super brief. So I'm a researcher based at UCL. I typically use the spacecraft that Belinda used to be the director of, Chandra, and I look at planets. And I guess actually, Becky, you've done a couple of videos on this, on some of the stuff that I've worked on. So why do we do orbits? So two key things. So in the UK right now, we have chronic physics teacher shortages. So there's about 500 schools in the UK right now that just don't have a physics teacher. And so about 1 in 7 UK secondary schools don't have a physics teacher. And so in those schools, you're more likely to be taught physics by a biology teacher or a chemistry teacher. And probably they're really exceptional teachers, but they may not have done physics since they themselves were 16. And when some of the only factors that are correlated between teachers and student outcomes is the specialist knowledge of your teachers, then there's kind of just a huge knowledge gap in schools. And secondly, we do orbits to try to do our tiny piece to address diversity issues. So for instance, at A-level physics is less than 20% girls. You're 6 times less likely to get an A at A-level physics if you're from the lowest income demographic than if you're from the top income demographic. And in fact, that's if you've even made it to A-level physics in the first place, because you're 3 times less likely to even do A-level physics if you're from the lowest income demographic. Like some IOP studies show this is just awful. There's like 10 Black PhD students doing physics in the UK right now out of thousands. So these diversity issues cross ethnicity, cross gender, cross income background. And so the goal of orbits is to try to do a little bit to make science more inclusive and to make sure that everyone feels like they can be a part of science and do science, if that's something they'd like to do. So what is orbits? So orbits was started by Clara about 7 years ago now. And so she paired with a local school in North London, Holmes Park School. It's not in a particularly well-off socioeconomic area. And she paired with the kids and brought in some of her PhD student colleagues from her research group and got the kids involved in some of the research that they were doing. And this is really the model that we've used from here on. We pair researchers with schools and we try to support the kids with doing actual cutting edge research. So these aren't one-off visits, they're visits that last most of a year and really try to maximize the opportunity for the kids to get as deep into the research as they possibly can. So it works by us pairing PhD students, postdocs, lecturers, professors, master's students in some cases with local schools, groups of somewhere between 10 to, in some cases, 30 students. And they go back to the school every week for multiple terms, and they work with the kids for ideally an hour and a half after school each week. We pay the researchers for this. Thanks again to the Ogden Trust and to UK Space Agency and stuff. And so to try to make sure that we're being as inclusive as possible, we are all the school groups have to be at least 50% pupil premium. So that's kids from low income backgrounds or kids in care, and at least 50% girls. So going straight to the impact of what we see this does. So we see 100% increases in girls taking A-level physics if they do orbits at GCSE. That's me really choosing how to present my statistics, because the numbers are so bad that it's quite that could be a 1 student increase. But so to give some case studies, because we're working with small numbers at lots of schools. One of the girls' schools we work with in Southwest London, their teacher had been there 6 years before we started running orbits at the school. And during those 6 years, each year he'd seen a maximum of 4 girls do A-level physics. And in the 4 years that we've been running orbits with GCSE at the school, they've had between 8 and 12 girls doing A-level physics every year. So that was 100% of the orbits cohort. But I want to say actually at this point as well, it's not like a sales pitch for science. We're not pitching science to them and trying to sell it. We're just trying to give them the opportunity to A, meet a scientist and spend a lot of time with the scientist, and B, to actually do some scientific research. If they decide at the end of that they really like science, if they decide they want to go on with it, great, cool. If they decide they don't, but at least they know what science is and they know who a scientist is. And actually, if digging into the evaluation, having just heard Sarah's amazing talk, digging into the evaluation of why we see this impact, I thought it was going to be that the kids just get to do cool new research. They get to discover exoplanets or discover that coffee is born at the same time as stars are born. But actually the bigger factor that they report is the fact that they just get to meet a scientist and realize that scientists are human beings. And the term immensely humanizing came up weirdly multiple times from teachers. So it may be that you don't want to take this path with your outreach projects. You don't want to go down the research route. But what I would really encourage you to take away from this is that just repeated visits and them getting to meet you over and over again. Maybe I'll do a little, yeah, I'm going to go off on a tangent. So the data is really showing that one-off visits have limited value. And if you think about the reasons that kids from low-income backgrounds choose to not go into science, and you read the Aspire studies and things like that, what you find is that a lot of the time it's confidence. And so if you go and you do a one-off, it's confidence and this idea that to be a scientist, you have to have some you have to be innately exceptional, right? You have to be some sort of Einstein. And so when you go and you do a one-off visit and it's a really polished talk and then you vanish and they never see you again, there's some growing evidence now to suggest that actually that reinforces the idea that you have to be exceptional to be a scientist, right? And it may actually worsen things. And I hear people's counter argument to this as, well, but if I go and I do 100 visits to schools and just one of those people decides they want to do science from that, then I've changed one kid's life. But what you're ignoring there is the 99.9% who you've put off from science, who you've said to them, science isn't for me. And so I guess my take home from this is repeat, rather than going to 3 separate schools or something, try to go back to the same school 3 times and give them actually a chance to meet you and get something. Yeah, we see this impact across income demographics as well. So for instance, one of our schools, they're like 70% pupil premium, so a pretty deprived area. And so over the last 4 years, 45 of their students have done orbits projects and all 45 of them have gone to university. And the most common place they've gone is Cambridge and Imperial. Obviously, that's not a university that I would want to be supporting, but it's great that we're seeing kids from these backgrounds get the opportunity to go to those universities. We've supported, actually now we're up to 250 school students who have become authors on publications. I don't know of any other projects globally that have done that. We see, coming back to the teacher retention problem, we haven't had a teacher leave teaching who've paired with us. I don't have the counterfactual for that. But what we hear from the teachers is that it reinvigorates their connection to science and reinvigorates their passion for science. And they get to do all of those exciting things that are the reason they probably did science at university in the first place, and maybe the dryness and dullness of the curriculum takes that away from them. But we also hear, there are loads of amazing research in schools projects. There's like the Institute for Research in Schools. What we hear from our teachers is because we're targeting schools that have 1 or less physics teacher, because we're targeting schools that are in low income areas, what we hear from those teachers is they don't feel like they could do projects like IRIS. And that's because for 2 reasons. Firstly, if you're the only physics teacher in the school, then you have to do all the CPD for all your biology teachers teaching physics. You have to go and check the books for them all. You have to do all of those things as well as teaching all of your physics lessons yourself. And they just do not have time capacity to run a research in schools project. And this is where the model of pairing them with a researcher really supports them, Because what we're saying to them is, you don't have to run this project. We'll come and run the project. You can, in fact, what we say to them specifically is you can sit in the room, you can just be marking books at the back or whatever, or planning or doing lesson planning. What we find is actually they become potentially more involved with it than the school students. And that's why, well, every single school that we've run projects with in person have come back to us and wanted to run projects again. So we haven't had a school drop off the program, which is kind of problematic because we've grown to a size now without shedding anyone. But maybe it's a sign that this model has some positives. I'm taking way longer than I thought I was going to take on these slides. Oh, and then like in individual case studies, so this is Clara's first group of school students, and we've just reached an age, or the program's just reached an age where they'd be applying for PhDs. And indeed, one of the students from that original cohort, Megan, who was from a low-income background, wasn't even considering going to university in the first place, only was able to get into Imperial, didn't have the grades for Imperial, but got into Imperial because she got a publication out of her research project, then got a first from Imperial, so presumably she was good enough to be there anyway. And she's just started a PhD, and she cites the reason for this is because she got to be involved in research projects, and she got an inspiring scientist mentor when she was 16. And actually, two of the other people in this group are teachers, and they've come to us and asked if they can now run orbits projects at their school. And one of the other students here has also just started a PhD. So statistically, this is not what this school, maybe we had no impact at all and it was just stochastic, but it's not what the school necessarily, it's not the norm. A lot of my time is spent trying to convince researchers of the benefits of this for them. Particularly, I really want to focus on the fact that with orbits, this isn't time away from your research to do outreach. It's just bringing your research into a totally different context. It's bringing your research into a school. And so this is really a symbiosis of research and schools. It's not time away from your research, it's time with your research in a new context. You will probably, if you're a PhD student, you probably won't get more brutal communication training than working with teenagers. But again, this comes back to this idea of repeated visits, right? If you're a researcher and you want to improve your communication skills, then just going and giving one-off talks doesn't give you that feedback loop. There's nothing more savage than when you go back to a school the next week and you realize they had no idea what you were talking about. And you have to completely reframe how you were explaining your terms. And then you can, and that directly feeds into how you present posters, how you write proposals for science, how you pitch from the biggest scale question that you want your science to answer down to the smallest scale aspects of the project that you're going to be directly doing. And so I think this directly benefits your research in that fashion. It's pedagogy training. We have some amazing partner teachers who really like the program and are willing to give us workshops to help the researchers do better in the classrooms. We've published tens of papers now out of it from things that the school students have discovered in the data sets where we just didn't have time or inclination to find those things. And we're seeing a direct impact on the lives of young people and hopefully inspiring some young people into a lifelong love of science. I'm running a bit tight on time, so I might skip over this bit. Yeah, I'm going to skip this as well. These are things that came out of our evaluation as we do baseline surveys. And so we have, I guess, 500 responses now from kids from low-income backgrounds and backgrounds that typically wouldn't go into science as common misconceptions and things that they consider science to be like that we don't necessarily think science is like. Yeah, the Einstein curse, this idea that you have to be innate, have some unattainable innate level of intellect to be a scientist, rather than getting to build that while you do science. That science is a body of facts is something that the curriculum really embeds in people. This idea that you rote learn something and you just write it on an exam and you're done, and that's science. And it makes science very dry, but it's a product of the system and a product of the teacher shortages, right? If you don't have enough teachers to teach an exciting science curriculum, and you don't have enough markers to mark interesting science exams, then you have to limit yourself to rote learn easily markable exams, and that then limits the curriculum and it limits the way that people teach. It's lonely that you're in white lab coats and in the lab all the time. The stuff about demographic stereotypes, particularly that this is one that I didn't realize was an issue, and maybe that's naivety on my part, but that we've got to this point where we sell science as you get to become a scientist or you get to work in the space industry. But actually, I think we need to change that to selling it based on the transferable skills that it gives you. And the fact that it's okay for people to come in, do a science degree and then go into banking or like go into government or and that this might just be a transient point along the journey, but it will give you skills like you're habitually learning how to solve problems because you're going to be solving them every day throughout your degree. I'm really happy to talk about ways that we think we've started to address this, and we try to address this these misconceptions throughout the program. So make sure that throughout the 14 sessions that you're talking to that you're spending with the kids, that you address these misconceptions directly. Things like highlighting your fallibility, showing that, I mean, they'll see it, they'll realize it a few weeks in, and it's not a very comfortable moment for you, but they'll realize you're not that genius level NASA astrophysicist they were expecting you to be. Probably there are several of those people in this room. But I'm not one of them. So we published lots of papers out of this with the school students contribute. Intrinsic and essential to the contents of those papers. They found things in the data that we just weren't expecting to find. And Chris has been great with his non-peer reviewed journal as well. So here's some AGN work that some school students did, where if you're not quite sure that if they found something, but maybe it's a null result, or if it's something that has been done before, but you want to make sure that other people don't waste time on that data set, then you can try journals like Research Notes. Okay, so I wanted to just close by doing a quick whistle-stop tour through. I guess I've described this in quite abstract terms, and I wanted to just give some concrete examples of projects that we've run. So thanks hugely to the Forks Telescope network. Some of our schools have had time on telescopes in Hawaii and in Australia and in all of these amazing exotic places. And they've done lots of exoplanet observations, particularly follow-up exoplanet observations, for instance, for the Ariel mission. In fact, in one case, we found that an exoplanet didn't exist, and that really ruined the research project because they were supposed to be studying it, and then the transit wasn't there. So yeah, so they do transit. We teach them the nature of the sky or whatever, like RA deck, locations of things. They work out, they get a list of exoplanets, they pick the ones that they want to adopt as a group, and then they conduct observations of those exoplanets, and then we provide them with the toolkit to be able to analyze them, analyze the transit, see what's in the transit, see the sizes of the exoplanets, constrain the ephemerides and stuff like that. Totally opposite end of the spectrum, this is Matt Cheng, he's a PhD student. He worked with them on Cassini data, looking at the bow shock and the magnetosheaf of Saturn. And he had them looking through the Cassini data, plasma data, and magnetic field data, looking for certain signatures that he could then feed as his training data set into his neural network. And so that's what they were doing. This is Shannon and Morgan, the opposite way around in the photos to their names. And they're at Northumbria University, and their students were working on solar flares and looking at spectral lines associated with certain temperatures of electrons in solar flares. And pulling out the properties of the electrons from the solar flares and finding the thermal and the non-thermal components. Also I'm conscious this isn't the right audience for this, but this is some non-astronomy related science that we've been doing in schools. So we've started doing some medical physics stuff. So these students were using fluorescence to look at how proteins evolve in Parkinson's, and there's a tipping point in Parkinson's where your protein just becomes irreversibly warped into a certain structure. And they were looking at the point where that happens to see at which point you could target medicines to prevent that, basically. So this is the poster they produced. Some of these slides have images of the kids. When you've got 400 kids, getting permissions for all of those kids and getting photo permissions and then double checking that you have photo permissions is challenging. But I'd have liked to have more photos of the students. Yeah, so this is their poster. Some Mars stuff for Lucinda and Stephen, I guess. Yeah, they were characterizing craters on the surface of Mars, and then again, that crater characterization. Actually, this didn't feed into a training data set. It was basically pitched. We set the kids against a neural network to see who did better, the AI or the school students at characterizing craters. This is Mark. He went back to his school in Northern Ireland. Am I overrunning my time? How am I doing? Okay. Yeah, Mark went back to a school in Northern Ireland, not a great area, not Northern Ireland generally where his school is. And he was doing reionization stuff. So his students were fitting spectra from galaxies. This is Thomas, one of his students, presenting the Python code that they were working through to do this analysis. This is Luke. He works on like star formation regions, protostellar clouds using ALMA data. And so the students were looking at lots of ALMA data on star forming regions and looking at molecular composition of them and studying how that molecular composition varies across as you move out through this disk that's forming a star. Dimitri and Nick, they do Jupiter magnetosphere stuff and particularly modeling. When Dimitri described this project to me, it kind of terrified me. But he had a group of 25 students from King's College Math School, and they each took different particles. So each student adopted, I should have said this earlier, a really important part of the project, and Stephen kind of highlighted this earlier, is a really important part of the project is ensuring that every school student gets a piece of their project that they adopt as their own, and they have a sense of agency over that. Otherwise, what you see happen with these projects is a couple kids will just drive the whole direction, and you lose each individual student's ability to create new science. So Dimitri and Nick gave each of their students either electrons, or some students got sulfur plus ions, some got O plus ions, some O double plus, some got 1 EV electrons, some got MEV electrons, some got 100 keV ions, whatever. Each student got a different type of particle, I guess, fed it into this magnetosphere model and checked basically how does that particle behave in the magnetosphere? Where does it go? What's its trajectory? Do some of them get to escape from the system? So should we be seeing certain particles escaping from the Jovian system? Some, again, not necessarily astronomy related stuff. So Abby and Corny paired with students from Newham Collegiate Sixth Form, and they worked with them on lasers and how you can shine lasers at things to probe the quantum structure and the behavior of electrons. Sam worked on some AGN data, and he built some Python code for the kids to fit spectral lines to AGN data from XMM. Active galactic nuclei black holes. Some more medical physics projects. Michaela, who's at Leicester, she did loads of really cool projects on aurora and trying to predict how, or seeing if you can predict the northern lights on Earth, basically checking what is space weather doing and is it possible to predict what the northern lights are going to do and which models do the best job of predicting it. And this is the poster that her students produced. Right, I wanted to play specific components of this just so that you could see the kids actually talking through some of this, but I didn't realize I wasn't going to have.
Hi, my name is Rushel. I've been working alongside Mayor, Dr.
Could you?
Amelia, Hannah, and Jonathan.
Hello. Okay. So.
Hi, my name is Rushel. I've been working alongside Mayor, Dr. Pedram, Amelia, Hannah, and Jonathan Abhilash, as well as Yash, Lecher, and Vivina.
Do you think you could just skip to 4 minutes 40? Sorry. I should have just trimmed this video to start with.
These regions would have specific
Okay, so this is Jonathan from Preston Manor School. Preston Manor, I think, is 60% PP. So not in
physics phenomena. How it works is through the tearing instability, which is lots of trapped energy in the magnetic field lines finding a way to escape. Now, this is a diagram of the magnetic field lines. Over here, you can see the solar wind is pushing back the magnetic field lines of the Earth. And all these lines go back behind the Earth and intersect at this point over here. At this point, a lot of energy is released. So the tearing instability leads to reconnection in the magnetotail. This is the magnetotail, by the way, which releases a lot of kinetic energy. These energetic particles pass along the magnetic field lines and hit the Earth's ionosphere, creating the aurora, otherwise known as the northern lights.
Yeah, so when the kids worked on this, so that discovery got submitted to Nature. And so it's kind of crazy that we had a group of school kids working on a paper that is in review in Nature. But yeah, discovering the properties of the tearing instability and how that leads to the northern lights on Earth. This is the totally opposite end of the spectrum. So this is like an STS project, but I thought it was kind of cool and people might be interested in it. So this is from Beale High School, who are in East London in Ilford, and they studied how during the pandemic people's perceptions of astronomy and astrology had changed. And again, if you could just skip to the minutes that are listed at the top, that would be awesome. Thank you.
In my research, I focused on ages from 16-year-olds to 24-year-olds and how their use of social media impacted their attitudes towards astronomy during lockdown. I found that because of the increased interest in astrology and the astrology boom on social media like TikTok, people associated astronomy with astrology, and this led to the increasing interest in astronomy as well, and it became more popular during lockdown. However, it was more interesting to see that this link also caused the credibility of astronomy to decrease, and as people associated astronomy with being less rational.
So we're not necessarily completely enemies with astrology, and astrologists are maybe sort of help us promote astronomy, maybe. So I'll just finish on this one. So this is Daisy. English is an additional language for her, so she speaks incredibly proper Queen's English, and it's amazing. And she was looking at, this is a project I did with the students, so we were using Chandra X-ray observatory data that Belinda very kindly gave us many years ago, and comparing it with Hubble Space Telescope data, like EMMA is used, for instance, and is used a lot at Leicester University, and seeing how the structures in the X-rays match up to the structures in the UV. And Daisy will talk you through it.
So align themselves along or near the arcs as can be seen. Our group found a more unique observation with many arc structures, including a dawn side arc, which has not previously been noted. Typical dusk side structures. The main oval can split into a small section that forks off. It often also splits, leaving a gap in the middle, as shown. Another common structure is when the high emission area has receded to a smaller section. X-rays in the gap. The gap is the section between the dusk and the dawn side, where the most commonly aren't UV emissions, but there are X-rays in this gap, not just in the north, but also in the south. Future directions. In order to thoroughly confirm these main observations and other things we have noticed, more data collection and analysis will be necessary. There is still so much left to learn about auroras and their connections to the magnetic field, so this area should definitely have continued research. On a more general note, having a basic understanding of the aurora within our solar system can help us improve space weather forecasting, to protect equipment and open them just at the right time for an observation when there is what you could say good weather. Understanding the magnetic fields of our planets within our solar system can further our knowledge about the behavior of other planets light years away, and ultimately improve our understanding of the universe.
Hi, everyone. So I'll probably leave it there. We've got a shiny new website. It's really rough around the edges because we bodged it together over the summer between a couple of us in our spare time. So feedback from the website, if you don't find it usable at all, is super useful. Also, you can see some of the other projects we've run and see some other videos from the school students presenting their stuff there. Super happy to talk about this with anyone who's interested from whatever perspective. And if you'd like to get involved in any way or to whatever extent you feel like you can contribute, I'd love to talk to you. Thanks.
Are you staying till?
Yeah, I can say.
Okay, so we Professor Ward's actually poorly, so he won't be speaking today, but we are on schedule for the next talk, which is Tom Lyons. I just wanted to say thanks again to Will for that talk. I think that last girl belongs on TV. She's one of those voices. So next up, we've got Tom Lyons speaking about Esra UK and space inspiration, and he's online, I hope.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can see me and hear me. So I'll share my screen in a minute. Just just to say congratulations to running a good hybrid event so far. We can hear everything online. That's great. I will just share my screen. So yeah, my name's Tom from Esro UK and STEM Learning, and I know many of you know Esro already, but I'm going to assume for those that don't, I'm going to go through a bit about what we do and then talk about what we're kind of going towards in the future and how we might need your help with it. So there are many Esro offices throughout Europe now. There's about 20 altogether, and the number keeps changing as we get more and more in. So Esro is the European Space Education Resources Office, and it's essentially European Space Agency's way of devolving their kind of education activities. So we are funded by the UK Space Agency and match funded by the European Space Agency. And as you can see, you know, there's a lot of offices across the different ESA member states, and we do work with those other partners. They can be in science museums, or they could be other educational institutions, or linked with the space agencies themselves. So yeah, and we can see we've got a guest kind of Canada outside of Europe as well. So really our objective is to support young people and open doors for them to get into STEM subjects using space as a context. So we kind of see ourselves as a link between schools and colleges and industry, space agencies and other partners such as RAS, and we've worked quite closely with them in various different projects over the years. And move on to the next one. So what we do really is continuing professional development for teachers. So as part of STEM learning, which does a lot of CPD across science and computing primarily, we tap into kind of resources there and do online professional development face-to-face. We also have resources on our website. So we've got 800 plus teaching resources that go from primary up to post-16 for teachers to download and use in their classroom. We've got various different challenges and competitions. I'll touch on those in a minute, that we mostly run with the European Space Agency. We've got a way of accrediting schools for work that they do in space called the Space Education Quality Mark, which is a pretty light touch quality mark where they look at what they've been doing across different areas and using space as a context in different subjects. It can be for primary schools or secondary schools, and then we have it externally assessed. I should say all these things, you know, they're all funded. So things like the quality mark, all they have to pay for is a plaque if they want one, but it's all free for them. We've now got something called, which is a bit new for old timers that know us well. You won't have heard of this program, or you'll have heard it in its former name. 1 million interactions is now called Space Inspirations. So that's the STEM Ambassador kind of scheme that we've got as part of Esro UK, and I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So we do teacher conferences. So the next one we are likely to do as Esro will be at the UK Space Conference in November, which is going to be in Northern Ireland this year. We've got careers information on our pages. We do awareness raising events like Mars Day, which was mentioned earlier, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. And basically anything else that we can do to try and link up teachers in industry and provide support. So the CPD that we do is mainly through our regional partners that we've got. So we actually link in with a number of mostly STEM Ambassador hubs, but also science learning partnerships across the UK in terms of what we do. But as I say, we also do CPD kind of ad hoc things. We always like to bring in researchers into what we do as well. So if you wanted to do a session with teachers, definitely like to talk about that, and that happens regionally as well through our science learning partnerships. And we've also got teachers can go out to the European Space Agency and do professional development there primarily at their site in Belgium that they've got. So I mentioned the resources that we've got. So you can always use these if you're doing activities with schools, and they are sort of designed for teachers, but many of them you can just pick up the activities and run. We are going to try and adapt some of these so that they're kind of focused more, probably cut down the information and make them focus more for people doing outreach and going into schools. That's kind of a work in progress. But yeah, there's, as I said, loads of resources out there already that you can access or point teachers towards. So if you're going into schools, it's always nice to say, well, you can follow up and do this activity, related to whatever you might be talking about as well. So it's always worth having a look on the website and see what's there. So, skipped on too. So I did mention we promote or help to run missions, challenges like Mission X, for example, is all about healthy eating and exercise. So training like an astronaut. Thousands of kids do this one every year. So it's essentially they have to do various different activities. Tends to be sort of primary schools. They do things they might be in their PE lessons. And the idea is to get their kind of characters on Mission X towards the moon. They earn points for their teams doing different activities. There's climate detectives, which is all about identifying a climate problem in their area, or could be nationally or across the world, and then using data from satellite and local data to be able to kind of help to find solutions for it. There's the UK CanSat competition, which is about designing and integrating electronics inside something the size of a soft drinks can. And we launch those on rockets, and they have to take data on the way down, so they get up to about 300 meters. And sorry, just noticing a message coming up there saying people can see my application. I'm hoping people saw the slides online before now, but anyway, there's the Moon Camp Challenge, which is a 3D design challenge that you can access online, about designing a moon camp through Tinkercad or Fusion 360. And finally, AstroPi. There's 2 Raspberry Pi computers on the International Space Station, and you can write your own code, upload it to the, submit it online and get it uploaded to the space station, and your code will run on the International Space Station on these Raspberry Pi computers. So all of these things, obviously, you can help to or use in schools and help to promote them. Things like CanSat, we do try and get mentors for the schools on that as well. So you don't have to, be a whiz at electronics to do that kind of thing. It's more about having that link with the school and kind of mentoring them through the process and having that kind of sounding board rather than the expertise or anything. So I said I was going to talk about space inspirations again. So this was set up in 2019, and it's a partnership between the UK Space Agency, ourselves, STEM Ambassadors, which is also run by STEM Learning, and the Careers and Enterprise Company. And the idea is that we try and inspire the next generation to continuing studies STEM subjects, and essentially trying to get as many young people in front of people from the space sector as we can, over, it says 1 million interactions per year. It was called 1 million interactions because that was the kind of target. We exceeded that last year and thought, we're going to have to give it another name, otherwise we're never going to get more than 1 million or kind of increase our target. So it's now called Space Inspirations, and the new logo there. And we have got more funding now from the UK Space Agency to expand our offer and trying to get into more companies and get more people involved with it and support them with this. I think Sheila mentioned earlier, and also my colleague Leslie is going to mention at the end how you can, a bit more about how you can get involved with being STEM Ambassador and opting into that scheme to help out. But there's loads of different activities that you can do and different training that we can give you to support you to get into those schools, whether that be, virtually or in person. And I was pleased to hear Will kind of saying about sustained interactions before me, because actually that's what our research is showing as well, is that actually the best kind of value that comes out of this in terms of impact is when ambassadors are going in more than once. So it could be that you're supporting a STEM club. You might, be going in over a half term. You might do 6 kind of weeks or something like that. So you've got that sustained activity and building that relationship. And I think that, that's an important part of what we're looking at for the next phase of this. Is we're kind of loosely calling it ambassadors in residence at the moment as part of this program, but not to actually have people from the space industry sitting in with the school, but to have that kind of link to one person for that sustained amount of time that they can go back to and do multiple different interactions with. So these are, I said we have regional partners, and just a list of those ones there, so that this is a slightly different list from the STEM Ambassador Hubs, but most of them are STEM Ambassador Hubs. So these are the ones that across the UK are supporting our activities in terms of, we're providing funding for them in terms of activities to do with space inspirations. So we can always, you can always contact us and we'll put you in touch with the right people. But just to show you, there are regional people that are able to support you, wherever you may be located. I mentioned awareness raising activities as well. So coming up this month, we have Mars Day. We've run this for the last couple of years. It kind of came about in the pandemic when we wanted to do something, some online event for schools, themed in some way. So we had some funding around the topic of Mars. The first year we did this, it was a bigger success than we thought it would be. So we and it's continuing to grow. So we had last year about 100,000 people, mostly young people through their schools online across the day. And we have talks from European Space Agency scientists, NASA scientists. We have STEM ambassadors doing chats about their careers in the afternoon. So you can get involved with it. I mean, at the moment we've probably got everything we need for the day, but there is Mars Week around that. So if you're doing any activities around that kind of week, and I know it's called Science Week as well, but if it's kind of, doesn't have to be Mars, if it's space related in some way, we can actually, and you're doing an open activity for people that can book on, we can promote that for you via the Mars Week kind of part of our website. So if you Google that, it should come up with something, STEM Learning Mars Day or Ezra UK Mars Day. And we're also doing, we did last year, Protecting Our Planet Day. So we do have a little bit of space stuff in that one as well, but that's kind of wider in terms of STEM learning. I thought I'd mention that because we're planning to do that again this year in November. So if you're doing things around sustainability and Earth observation, that kind of stuff, then that's a good one to get involved with as well. So, I mean, what can you do right now? So, as I said, really what we want to do is get as many people as possible registered as STEM ambassadors. We can put you in touch with a local hub. You can either respond to requests from schools that, of saying, I want somebody to talk about science or space and, in my classroom, or you can actually put your own offers online on the platform. So you can say, this is what I do. I do talks on XYZ, and schools can respond to that. And as I said, we have got training that you will take part in. There's webinars and other networking events, and we've got our own STEM ambassador community as well. That's growing, and so you can always chat with other ambassadors about what they're doing and get advice from them as well. So that's it for me, I think. And I'm going to pass over to Leslie, who's actually in the room, do the next bit.
Lovely, thank you, Tom. And just to say I'm Leslie White-Venables. Tom is based at the National STEM Learning Centre in York, so based at the mothership. I'm based here in London. We've tried to make it as easy as possible for RAS fellows to join up as STEM ambassadors, and all the information is on the website. Sheila and Lucinda have both mentioned it. I'd like to just make a shout out for London primary schools especially. We get a lot of requests from primary schools that we can't actually meet. So working with RAS, we're hoping to actually get some support to those teachers. We know that young people make their career choices really early on. So, you know, what we really want to do is to really capitalize on the excitement about space, but then also, as Tom said, include information about the sectors that are relevant in the space industry. So Lucinda, Sheila and I will be working together. So hopefully we can get a group of ambassadors supporting primary schools in London. So that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's one quick question for Tom. Tom, you can see it. I think it's in the Q&A.
Yeah.
If
I
you
think-
want to.
Yeah, it's from Emma. So the question about Space for All grants, that she's not had any information. So Space for All grants are from the UK Space Agency. They normally run every year. I am not sure, Emma, about, I could try and find out. I'm not sure what's happening with the Space for All for this time. Although Lucinda said, oh no, okay, that's so we're answering it live. That's all good. Yeah, so I will find out for you. There has been a bit of a reorganization of the education team within the UK Space Agency, so that might have delayed things a little bit. But yeah, they're normally grants between £4,000 and £10,000, I think, that you can access as well. So worth looking for that, but I'll find out what's happening with them.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And I'd like to thank Tom and the STEM ambassador colleagues in York and in the room. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next up, we've got Dr. Sian Prosser from the RAS. Her talk is New Audiences for Old Films. Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you about not just an amazing collection, but how it's been used by an amazing community. I started working for the Royal Astronomical Society in 2014 at the same time as Sheila, more or less. While not being directly involved in RAS 200, that project's had a huge gravitational pull on the unspoken strategic direction of the library in the last few years. Education and outreach and making sure that fellows can use the collection to you know, as a resource for sharing knowledge about astronomy and geophysics is really key. So one of the largest and highest impact activities that we take part in every year, pandemics notwithstanding, is Open House. We are one of the partners of Open City London. This is a way of attracting people who are not necessarily interested in science or astronomy, but are interested in architecture and the built environment. They come through the doors, they can learn about the society and the collections. And yes, it's a really fun day. We get a lot of footfall. This is the kind of activity where we can certainly, in a very quantitative way, say we have reached so many people. We also use the fact that we are based in the courtyard. We have Learner Society neighbours. We can collaborate with them to at least once a year, again, pandemic notwithstanding. In the first part of this talk, I'm mainly talking about in-person activities. We can have museum-style lakes where people like Jen Gupta took part in one of the
first late. So it's the whole theme of the whole courtyard, the colours of Burlington House, an ideal opportunity for Jane Gupta to talk about spectroscopy and for us to talk about the pioneers of spectroscopy, William and Margaret Huggins. And in 2019, the year of the Apollo anniversary, we brought in fellows like Dr. Louise Alexander, making a link between her research on lunar meteorites. These are her hands holding some meteorite samples, and made that link with the very rich collections of lunar photography and drawings in our archives. There's a couple of people looking at very large photographs of the moon by Warren de la Rue. So these are the larger scale activities that we've been taking part in. We also offer more bespoke tours, and these work very effectively when they're carried out in partnership with a fellow, with a scientist. For example, Professor Kevin Walsh has brought in a community group called Open Age several times. Last time they visited, he gave a talk about the JWST, and we were able to make a link between that and some really interesting items relating to the large and impressive telescopes of the past. Hevelius is a 60-foot telescope. I'm not sure how successful it was, but it was certainly very impressively long. And the Leviathan of Burcastle and William Herschel's own telescopes that he made himself and made such amazing discoveries with. So I hope you're getting the impression that we have a lot of really rich collections. How could I possibly focus on one of the thousands of early printed books or drawings or photographs? Well, let's have a look at Johannes Kepler. We have his Rudolphine tables, and one of the access points for astronomy and geophysics in our collection are the beautiful engravings and drawings that tell such detailed stories. Like, for example, this is an engraving on Johannes Kepler's magnum opus, which he published in 1627, not long before he died. And he's basically showing in this, it's a drawing basically of a pastiche of a Roman temple that was in the grounds of the island of Uraniborg in Denmark, where Tycho Brahe had set up his observatory. And it's showing the debt that he felt he owed to people like Copernicus and Ptolemy, on whom he depended for his understanding of the universe. But we also owe such a debt to Johannes Kepler. I have to say, I'm very much from a humanities background. Thanks to working with this community of astronomers and geophysicists, where your ethos is astronomy is for everyone. I've learned a lot. It's drawn me into evening classes at UCL, along with several people in this audience, where we learned about, for example, in our textbooks, Kepler's laws of planetary science. And it's very exciting to be able to point to people the precise place on the page of the first edition that we have in the collection, where Johannes Kepler, almost in passing, sets out this really fundamental law of planetary science. And he uses some really extreme geometry as well to show things like the law of ellipses, etc. So there's a lot to think about in using these collections. That I think that there are language barriers which can be overcome. You have to think about your role as, are you a signpost as a librarian and archivist? Are you a gatekeeper? Just a lot more reflection is needed, I think. But based on, observational methods of evaluation from the feedback that we get from our audiences, that they respond really well. So I've talked so far about mainly adult audiences and small and large groups coming into the building. Again, a building-centered activity, which Sheila Kanani also referred to earlier. These are the Comets and Caroline Herschel workshops that we designed for year 9 and 10 primary school students, where we're drawing on the fact that we have Caroline Herschel's comet observation notebooks, and we bring in quite a few interdisciplinary ways of exploring cometary science and the history of astronomy. First of all, we involve the amazing Spectrum drama, whose actors playing the role of Caroline Herschel or the role of a ghost who actually inhabits the building. That would really freak me out. I've spent far too much time on my own in the building over the pandemic, checking the fire, well, allowing the fire alarms to be tested. But so she really brings life to these workshops. And another very enlivening aspect of the workshops are the live demonstrations of what a comet might be made of, using dry ice and all sorts of other, well, more household materials. This is Lucinda offers capable hands demonstrating that. And the children also get a chance to page through the observation notebooks of Caroline Herschel, or have a look at them under glass if it's a large group. We've had hundreds of children through the doors in the last few years, and I'm pleased to say that we've resumed these workshops in the last year. And these are, you know, we've heard people talking about how it's important to refer to the fact that there is a lot of failure in scientific observation. Well, Caroline Herschel was always facing, you know, one of the main obstacles to discovery, which is the British weather. And that's one thing. That there's also a time when she thinks she's discovered a nebula, but it actually turns out that she'd seen a candle that was in a barn in a field over the way. So it's a way of paging through observations taken day after day when you're not necessarily going to make an amazing discovery. It just really, I hope it makes science seem approachable and grounded in a way that you're not necessarily going to get from the final edition of somebody's discovery in an article or journal. And the children respond by using their astronomical observation skills. These are their drawings of Halley's Comet, for example. And we've had good feedback from teachers involved in bringing the children into the workshops. They say, you know, that the activities are hands-on and the children are learning and stimulated all the time. And they're interdisciplinary, so there's something of everyone. Not all children in a class are going to be particularly or necessarily excited by science, but they might really love the chance to interact with an actor or to use their creative skills. And even from the literacy point of view, you'll have seen from Caroline Herschel's handwriting that it's very legible and very approachable for children to tackle. We'll move on now to not so much thinking about in-person experiences and activities, but the online presence of the RAS collections. So before the pandemic, we have been moving towards this. So, for example, in 2019, during an audit of our Lantern Slides collection, we came across a roll of film footage, and my first response was, oh my goodness, is this nitrate film? I need to reach out to some experts, some conservators at the British Film Institute who I reached out to were able to reassure me that it's not nitrate film. It's not going to spontaneously combust at any moment. You don't need to tell the insurer right now. But more excitingly, their curator of Victorian film had heard of John Neville Maskelyne and his kinematograph film of the 1900 eclipse, and was very keen to add this to their collection. So it was conserved, it was digitized, and now over 1/3 people have seen this footage, thanks to our partnership with the BFI. So the pandemic closed the library to visitors, but it did open up the possibility of virtual tours for groups like Care for Carers, and Lucinda Offer, in the way that she led the RAS's pivoting to providing activities and events via Zoom, invited library staff to take part by contributing, for example, William Herschel's discovery of Uranus, his notes of that, which played a small role in the weird and wonderful world of Uranus extravaganza. So there has been an appetite for, you know, materials relating to the history of astronomy. And we've had feedback which is positive, but there's so much more that we need to do. And one of the things that we need to cover on in a more systematic way certainly is more thoughtful evaluation and feedback, rather than looking at footfall, looking at how many people have taken part. You need to think about more carefully about what audiences we reach. We owe so much to the education and outreach team in inviting schools to come into the society, but how much more remains to be done. So, for example, the fact that we collaborate with Open City, it is a great way of bringing people into a building which is not that easily accessible to the public. But they say in their 2021 annual report, it's good that the participation of people shows that the ethnic minority makeup is the same in Open House London weekend as it is across the whole of the UK, i.e. 86–87% white. But that doesn't reflect the ethnic minority makeup of London, does it? So a lot more needs to be done to reach underserved and underrepresented audiences. I'm going to now talk very briefly about the 3 focuses of the library and heritage collections strategy and how they might dovetail with a coherent education and outreach strategy. If we want to increase our impact, we want to serve underrepresented communities better, that has to be reflected in the collections as well. Focus 1 is collections development, collections management. This partly involves analysing what we have, analysing the gaps, who is not represented. So can we at least make sure that we have examples of really quite important pamphlets by the first Indian fellow to be elected to the Royal Astronomical Society in 1872, Chintamani Raghunatha Chari, who published this multilingual pamphlet about the transit of Venus. Can we at least make sure that the star atlas that was co-authored by the first fellow to be elected in Egypt is catalogued? Yes, we can, because I have to prioritize that. This book I found last year, it was on a shelf of uncatalogued donations that probably hadn't been looked at for 10 to 20 years. And I was very excited to find this. But this is all ad hoc stuff. We need to be more systematic in our collecting policy. Second strand, making our collections more accessible, making them more discoverable. Children shouldn't need to be in the M25 to be able to access the books of Caroline Herschel. We want to digitize them. We want people to be able to turn the pages remotely. And the final strand is community engagement, building on the work carried out with the education and outreach team to develop workshops. This is a picture of the Lynx constellation, and this might well play a role in some constellation work that Lucinda Offer and Mark Ridley and Sue Bowler are developing for a few weeks' time. So watch this space. So this is just a quick whirlwind tour of what we've been doing, but also where we need to go. Investing in managing and describing and digitizing the collections is fundamental to being able to involve our fellows and using them to tell stories about the development of astronomy and geophysics in an accessible way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean. You're around for the next little bit, aren't you? Yeah, we've got 2 very short talks, 2 3-minute talks, and then we have a general open discussion session where we can also ask to the speakers that we haven't been able to ask questions to before. So first up, we've got Improving the Key Stage System for Schools by Dr. Brian Sheen. And then we've got Stephen Tonkin online talking about conducting successful public stargazing events. You have 3 minutes each, so please be very brief. Okay, have we got enough time? Okay, so even better, you've got 5 each. You've got 5 minutes now.
5 minutes. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One of the key things in the whole of teaching of astronomy is the key stages that run through our schools. And I've suggested that they're very much like a parson's egg, good in places and not so good throughout. But because I'm here, I'm calling it the Cambrian layer. It's the fundamental layer before key stages. There's 2/3 of not a lot. And afterwards, there is a flourishing of activity, which sometimes just doesn't last at all. Key stage 2 is probably the best of the stages that we get involved in. Key stage 1 is so easy, we can leave that to the teachers to deliver. But it teaches the geocentric solar system talks about the sun rising and the sun setting. What I try to do is to suggest to people it's not that at all. The Earth is turning either to conceal the sun or to reveal it. And if you put that to thought in their minds, then that's a pretty good idea. I've had a number of astronomers, proper ones, you know, like yourselves, phoning me up and saying, which way round does the Earth turn? Thought, oh, well, never mind. So that's the sort of thing that we love to get to address. Key stage 3, somebody has gathered together a few things they might have half heard from various places, and it's an isolated collection of topics, therefore. And the key stage 4, which is for GCSE type youngsters, the main features of the solar system. That's the start and that's the end of it, I'm afraid. And the amount of information that is taught to the youngsters is inversely proportional to their age. And that's not a good idea. And I like to say, because I teach in a private school, Truro High. You're all welcome to visit if you come down. You might be lumbered with a lecture or two to deliver, but still, never mind. The student's mind, certainly most of ours, is a blank canvas. So paint on it with care. What you say, it makes an impact. If you say it wrong, if you make a real mistake, they will never forget it. And so that's, I think, vitally important. Bring an expert into the class. I mean, any of you good people would obviously meet that requirement, and somebody who can deliver the subject with conviction, understand it more fully than just reading it out of a book. Okay, and I think that is important, that it's taught correctly. So far as we're concerned in Cornwall, you must make space for space. Okay, space, we're obviously the leading spaceport in the country, in the United Kingdom even, I like to say. And we actually made an effort at launching a satellite, or several satellites the other day. And the plane took off, it's all right, and flew around and dropped the launcher one somewhere off the coast of Ireland. And it flew away for a start and then petered out and crashed into the sea. There's no clear idea about what actually caused it to plunge, but nevertheless, as I say, a blocked filter is the latest thing to stop the flow of fuel to the motors. Don't know. But anyway, what we're trying to do, and I appreciate some of you will have heard this before, but what we are trying to do is to establish a set of courses run within the county, because we've got about 30 or 40 companies opening up, pretending to do space type related projects. And what we're trying to do is to run courses right up to degree level eventually in 3 or 4 years' time in space engineering. And I'm aware that the engineering is great, but it mustn't be taken in isolation. It's got to be coupled in with the genuine astronomy as well. And I think that that will be good, and hopefully it'll flourish and cause us to maintain our position at the top of the heap, because I know that my Shetland Island friends are busy trying to do a vertical takeoff job. So far, they've got as far as a slab of concrete in a bog, which is perhaps a little bit of an exaggeration, but never mind. But you've got to make things practical as far as you can. Introduce I like to say the shadow stick is one of the simplest things for the primary schools to do. And I've suggested to teacher after teacher after teacher that they actually demonstrate the curve drawn by the sun shadow over a period of a calendar year. Doesn't have to be every day or every week, but over a calendar year. And has anybody done it? Nope, not at all. Unfortunately, teachers are under so much pressure from other sources that to actually interpret practical work into the schools is pretty difficult for them. But obviously you can then build on that for the GCSE students and talk about the equation of time, just by working out exactly when the shadow actually hits due south in your particular locality. Clearly Cornwall is well behind the times. We're about 20 minutes behind London. Long may it remain. And we get things done directly. And the other one that's been successfully used quite a bit is a pinhole camera in a Coke can. You can push a little pinhole in a Coke can and put some photosensitive paper on the inside, and wonders do follow. And one of the problems that I've discovered over the years is that students half hear things that that interest them, and they ask questions about these things. And you think, what's all that about then? They might be talking about the rings of Jupiter or something like that. They actually mean the rings of Saturn, but they've got the planet wrong. And if you're not careful, you can be in some trouble with that sort of problem. So you have to, I'm afraid, if you're in with young people, you've actually got to keep up with what's going on day by day with the sort of popular websites like spaceweather.com and space.com and so on. And that then gives you a foundation which you could use to immediately pick out what they were looking at, what they actually wanted to see and say, and reinforce it with a bit more information too, because there's so much that is going on that it's impossible really for anybody to have the whole of space and astronomy activity in their minds at any one time. And again, it's easy to look at a child of 12 or 13 years of age and think, well, that's a little tiny tot there. But before you've known it, that child is now a year 13 and leaving the school in a blink of an eyelid and off to university to study astrophysics, if you're lucky, or some other similar topic. So don't, try to remember as you teach that you're looking at not the child as is, but the child or the adult that child will become. And that's quite a good thing. You've got to keep a grip on that, because obviously I've been at it so long. I've seen little children grow up, and they've had their kids, and they've grown up, and oh dear me, never mind. Teach that the Earth is a planet. I try not to isolate the Earth from the rest of the solar system. Make sure that they actually integrate it. I've got pictures from the Open University, big posters, which is basically sort of the planet Earth and plants and things like that growing, and fish and things. And they wonder what that's to do with astronomy, but never mind. They do get taught. And they will, of course, inherit the Earth and make sure that they know how to look after it, because it'll peter away otherwise. And one of my personal things is to reintroduce Pluto into the curriculum. I'm not suggesting it's perhaps should be regarded as a full planet, but obviously it crosses the orbit of Neptune, and also it has a different angle of approach to the rest of the solar system, But nevertheless, we've learned so much about it that it's time that we got it back. And we've actually got a science minister now. Her degree, by the way, is history and politics. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we should have Steve online. Yeah, brilliant.
I'm here, yep. Do you have my slide or shall I share it from here?
We can see it as well, so. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we can see it and we can see you.
Okie doke. Right. Start off with the image behind me is a stargazing session I did for Care for Carers a couple of weeks ago. I'm the guy in the red jacket pointing up there. I've been doing outreach for a heck of a long time, and part of my job now, I'm the Dark Skies Advisor to the International Dark Sky Reserve on Cranbourne Chase, is to teach our volunteers how to conduct stargazing sessions. So that's where this comes in. Most of the points you see on the board there is stuff really you already know in their basic common sense. The only one's got a question mark after it is booking, and that comes from our experience 10 years ago with Fordingbridge Astronomers, which is a group we just founded. We had 8 members. We started off for Stargazing Live, thinking, oh, we'll be lucky if 20 people turn up for this one up on the in the New Forest, Hyde Common. And guess what? 220 people turned up, and we were overwhelmed, but we winged it and it was successful. But you don't really want that if you're doing that. It's our general notion is that we really about 6 or 10 participants to one astronomer is great. But the one I really want to concentrate on is how do you make stargazing accessible for those people who wish to take it up? And there are a number of ways I think of doing this. And I think it's important we do so because stargazing is, in fact, I think as we're all aware, it's like the it's a gateway drug into astronomy in general. What we do and what we tend to do is tie it in with other things. So tie it in with culture. For the next couple of days, I'm actually doing we're doing a Star Fest on Cranbourne Chase, and the stargazing this evening and tomorrow evening will start off at dusk with storytelling. We have a fantastic storyteller, Lizzie Bryant. She specializes in astro storytelling, and this takes people into the night sky with the stories of constellations that are about at the time, and it's really, really accessible. So people feel comfortable with it. This is not something that is absolutely unattainable. They can't think about it. There's not a lot of science in it or anything like that, but it's absolutely real, and it builds that relationship with the night sky. But one of the things that I've learned after the hard way is that the general public has aperture fever worse than any amateur astronomer. If I take my 16-inch Dob to a stargazing session, I'll have the big Q, so I've got the biggest telescope. But the problem with that is, I realized, is that people who are coming along to that don't see that as something that they could have. So what I've taken to doing over the last however many years is I'll take small aperture telescopes, maximum 4-inch aperture, and a crate full of small handheld binoculars, because then you're dealing with things that people can, particularly youngsters, can imagine themselves having. When you have you know, a scoutmaster writing to tell you every single kid that was on your binocular session has got told their parents that's what they want, then you know you're getting something right, and you're reaching the kids in a way that they can imagine, and they can carry it on. So small telescopes, simply mounted, and binoculars. Another thing we will try and do in order to keep this alive and accessible is we have drawing workshops instead of astrophotography workshops, or in addition to astrophotography workshops. And again, this weekend we have the amazing Mary McIntyre coming down. We also have her do astrophotography workshops, but she's doing drawing and sketching astronomical object workshops. So what people are seeing with that, because she keeps stuff so very simple with the astro imaging, very cheap cameras, all the rest of it, and with the drawing, they're seeing, one, this is something that they could do, it's something that's accessible to them, and it's great that Mary happens to be a woman, because this also shows that shows young girls that this is something that they can aspire to. There's somebody they can imagine themselves being. But that's not the reason we get Mary. The reason we get Mary is because she is damn good at what she does. Right, that's me done. I thought I only had 3 minutes, so that's all I prepared.
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Can we thank Stephen and Brian as well, please? Okay, now we've got a little bit of time before the tea break and then the ordinary meeting to lead on sort of discussion around the strategy and some of the things that we've worked on today. I can do them.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for being here. It's been a really incredible day. First of all, I'd like to ask you all a question, which I have several here, but I think the most important thing is that the Education Outreach Strategy Working Group has been sitting in their, well, actually on their Zoom calls themselves and coming up with ideas, and they're all wonderful ideas. But based on some of what I said this morning, is there anything obvious that we haven't thought about that you have noticed? I know it was a while ago now when I put that slide up, but is there anything obvious that we haven't noticed? I have someone on the front row already.
One thing they mentioned is, I know the IOP's done a lot of work on what outreach strategies seem to work better than others. And if we publicize those, that might be quite useful.
Oh, okay. Okay. IOP strategies. I think we have looked at that at some level, but we'll go back and look at it again. Thank you. Anybody else? Back.
Right, it's kind of a comment, but I like this thing that if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Why are we doing it? Why are we doing outreach? And I don't expect a single reason, but if we are objective in what we're doing, then it makes it an awful lot easier to measure whether we're doing it correctly. I'm happy to take anybody's feedback on that, but I'd have today. I mean, it's been a really good day, and I'm like, well, why are we doing this? So I've done a lot of outreach, and my motivation is to do with social mobility. So I've done a lot of outreach in physics because having a degree in physics can get you a better job, but that shouldn't be the only reason. You know, there's lots of things about the sort of well-being of our fellows, lots of other reasons, but I don't think we're clear on why we're doing it. And I will be the first to admit that I get overexcited about the new thing we just found to do. Oh, look, that's cool, isn't it? Let's do it. Yeah, so that's the end of my comment, really. So thanks.
Well, I can answer that from my point of view, is because I love it. And because it's a subject, as we've heard several people say today, that really excites people, all kinds of people for all kinds of reasons. And in particular, for example, that beautiful movie about the Isle of Coal seemed to bring everything together, for me anyway. The stars were there, the skies were really dark, but you were also in a beautiful place and could appreciate nature, and you were learning about science. So it's like bringing all this stuff together and inspiring people and teaching them new things. I mean, that would be my reason for doing it. Let's ask what other people have.
Can I just quickly add a bit?
Yeah.
No, I should say that I agree with, and so does everybody who's involved in the strategy development. Most of the discussions we have, I was very pleased, were about why. Then came how and what, but the why was what was fundamental to the whole thing. So I think that is, yes, it is a key to the strategy, and it will come out in the full strategy rather than the bullet points, if that makes sense.
So if anyone really wants an answer to this question, I've been involved with the area that was originally called public understanding of science, and then public engagement and science and society and so on, for a long time. And there's an extremely good paper that was written right at the beginning of what I would call the kind of the movement for public understanding of science in the mid-1980s by a guy called John Durant and Jeffrey Thomas, and another one whose name I forget now. and it is called "Why Should We Promote the Public Understanding of Science?" And if anybody would like a copy of that paper, just get in touch with me, because they give something like a dozen different reasons: benefits to science itself, benefits to society as a whole, benefits to this, benefits to that, benefits to the other, as to why this kind of work is so really, really important. And I don't think there's been a better, if you like, systematic characterization of why this is so important ever written. So I have a copy of it electronically. I can send it to anybody who wants to read it. It's a really good paper.
This is Steve Miller, if anybody wants to know. Yeah, sorry.
I think we all have our own reasons for doing outreach, and I think this is the wrong crowd to debate why, because we wouldn't be here if we weren't already convinced of why. So I'd really like it. I think after hearing Lucinda and Sheila talk before about just the whirlwind of all the stuff the RAS Outreach does, in terms of strategy going forward, can someone clarify for us fellows what the role of that team fully is, in terms of, are you facilitators or are you the people leading the outreach? Because it feels like you're doing a bit of both. And if we think about strategy going forward, taking the load off a little bit, I mean, you guys are doing amazing work, but in terms of, you know, how much is the outreach being done by the outreach team at the RAS versus the fellows themselves?
Yeah.
And then how much of a help you can give us or we can give back?
I mean, perhaps our most important aim is to engage the fellows, more fellows, if we can, but there are already a lot who are engaged, but engage them and focus them in terms of what we think are or what between us we decide are the most important areas. And Lucinda and Sheila are the experts at how to do all this. So we think they will be the people who are able to make this happen, but hopefully with many more people to help them and people to work with them, and perhaps to lead their own programs as well, because yes, they're completely overworked and they're doing an incredible job, and they need to teach us how to do it. Hybrid?
I mean, fellows, like, it's voluntary, so I mean, is there higher strategy for more RAS outreach?
I can't answer that one. We could argue for it.
Oh, I did have a personal comment about what Mark regularly brought up at the front. Was I liked what Will Dunn brought up, which is when he said, if we tell, you know, we want to inspire people about science, but also because it has so many transferable skills. Yeah. I thought that was really great too. Online, we have Emma, who said for her, coming from a high deprivation area, it's about giving the children the knowledge of various careers out there in the space industry and to break the cycle of non-working generations.
Yep, that's excellent. Thank you.
I just wanted to address Becky's question a little bit from the member engagement point of view, because we've sort of done these two strands of the strategy. Belinda and I need to sort of get our groups together to talk about that, but we're hoping to do a deep dive into member engagement to better understand the motivators of our members, the ones that are keen to do outreach. We'll hopefully have a better database so we can do targeted mailings so the fellows that do want to do those sort of things will get invited to things in their localities and stuff like that. So we're hoping to tie this all together towards the outreach strategy in due course.
Yep, definitely. Sorry, next. Yes, there and then there.
Yeah, hello. Just to follow up a little bit on that, and we had a bit of a discussion also about during lunchtime. I think a lot of people here in the room are already doing their education outreach activities, but that does not necessarily then get fed in as in I'm doing this as an RAS fellow. I may just be doing this because I have a fellowship or because I'm at my university. So I'm just wondering, with this strategy then, how can we tie that in with some of the outreach work we're already doing, and how can we benefit and make that a whole, strategic approach there?
Yeah, that's a very good question. In some cases, it'll be a case of focusing people into the areas we think are most important, rather than it just being interrupt driven, which I mentioned this morning. But also we can learn from the many FRAS who are also doing ed and outreach. Like there are obviously many of you in the room today, but there are many that are not in the room today. So it needs to be an interactive discussion as to, not you're a fellow, you want to do, do this, but an interaction between the two to figure out the best way forward, but always keeping in mind what our priorities are in terms of audience and equity, diversity, etc. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, just quickly, just like to point out that it's a really important time to be doing this kind of outreach, because there's so many projects like that are about to start with the Artemis project, a lot of SpaceX and what they're working on, or even the James Webb. So like we really are like about to enter a golden era in this sector. And it's really important that we educate people and represent it like properly.
Yeah, and it also provides a lot of material we can use, similar to your program, for example.
Thanks very much. Yes, I'd like to echo that as well. I think that's a really good point in that there's so much to bring people in. The other point I'd like to make is that I think there are a lot of fellows that have something else to provide as well as their astronomy background. I myself as a marketing professional, so I'm involved in astronomy and I'm also involved in marketing, and I have perhaps some information I can give to Becky in terms of targeting 1634s, 1624s, because I also work for a record company. So some of that information could perhaps be helpful in a broader sense. And obviously I'd be happy to provide that.
Yeah, Roger. Sorry.
Sorry.
There's obviously a lot of terrific stuff going on. I just wondered if anybody has made an estimate of how many school pupils per annum are touched by this activity. And I'd like to know whether that number divided by the total number of school pupils is large or small. I have no idea.
I know Lucinda and I keep logs of how many people we reach. But
you don't have them in your head?
It varied a lot before COVID and after, because of the online impact, but it was thousands.
The school population is enormous.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity here to seek some foundation or third-party funding to really make it very, very much bigger?
Well, I mean, yeah, and then we're harking back to what Sarah was saying about, is it the numbers or is it the depth? Because we do GCSE astronomy, for example, that's deeper, but for smaller amounts.
Thanks for the second bite. I think to the motivation, what we want to do is try and increase the potential talent pool for people doing astronomy. And going on from your point, the obvious way to do that is to get it into the national curriculum, because then we'll talk about hundreds of thousands rather than thousands. If it's the national curriculum, teachers have to teach it, and they will with enthusiasm. I'm a teacher, and I find teaching astronomy is like kicking an open door. The children want to know it, and I teach a lot of my maths and science through it. And maybe that's the strategy we ought to be pushing. It is shallow, but it does reach a lot of people.
Phil?
I come back to Roger's point there. At Southampton, for more than the last decade, we've doing outreach work and education has actually been a required part of all our graduate students. And the thing I will say is they love it. They take to it. And we started off with the Astronomy Planetarium, and within a couple of years, it was booked up a year ahead by all the local schools. The person in charge keeps exactly the detailed numbers you ask for. I don't have them in my head, but I'm sure they could easily be found. And we now actually have 2 of these, and they reach within a 50-60 mile radius of Southampton. And I know that this kind of thing happens with some of the other groups that have these devices, and they are incredibly well received by the schools. So they are reaching them largely because the teachers love it, because they don't have the astronomy training. And as somebody has said, it's so much better that the children have people who are properly trained and have that knowledge so that it's done right. But yes, has to be kept, the records. You have to know your impact. I'm sorry I wasn't here for most of the meeting here. I saw Genesis up there, but I don't know if anyone's talked about the fact that the OAD, the Office of Astronomy for Development in Cape Town, for again, the last 6 years, Kevin Govender, who leads this, has had to be measuring the impact of the programs they do there. Because the other question was asked, why are we doing this? I will say that answer is completely different according to the area, and particularly the country in which you ask that question. And in Southern Africa, I can tell you, it is absolutely crucial to bringing science to remote regions, and it's very successful.
Charles, did you have a question? So a hand in this area.
This may not make me very many friends. I worry that there's been a lot of talk about how can we get more RAS fellows to do this, but you want them to do it well. And I think I'd like to see RAS's role in this as ensuring that the outreach they're doing is inclusive and we're not reinforcing stereotypes and we're breaking stereotypes. And so anything that RAS could do within the strategy to support the people who are going to whatever communities to make sure that the work that they're doing is good, I think that would be a really important aspect.
Yeah.
And grounded in evidence and grounded in the evaluation.
Yeah.
yeah, interesting.
And we do have training as part of our strategy to train the people. So hopefully they'll know something about what they're doing. One way at the back.
Yeah, I have a bit of a concern potentially that, we've been talking quite a bit just now about encouraging more fellows to do outreach, but I don't know what percentage of fellows are based within astrophysics departments in universities that already have their own strategies, already have their own outreach, public engagement programs happening, and potentially a conflict between the two if the strategies are slightly differently aligned and people are having their efforts pulled in multiple directions. So I just wanted to make that point. And I think I see just two other quick things. I feel like training is a gap that the RAS could fill. I know when I was doing my PhD, the IOP did a intro to outreach training session. That was one of the first things that I did, but I don't think they offer that anymore. So I feel like there is a gap nationwide for this training. Yeah. And I know that this is going to be embedded throughout this, but there hasn't been much. Sorry, I missed the beginning today because my train was delayed, but mentions of embedding diversity and ensuring access for people with vision impairments or hearing impairments, other disabilities throughout all of this to make sure that we're not accidentally excluding people.
Yeah, all agreed. One more, Olivia. We actually have to get out of here, so to be the last.
Thanks. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of the earlier points. So firstly around the numbers, because Phil, I have those numbers on my laptop. I can build that quick enough, like the amount of people Sadie's reached. But I know roughly I work for the Southeast Physics Network. So we work across 9 universities in the southeast of England, and we have outreach programs. So one of those is Southampton, as Phil mentioned. One is Portsmouth, where Jen is. I know our numbers for, I think last year, face-to-face was something like 500,000. However, a lot of that is going to be one-off interactions. In terms of proportion of the school-age population, that's 16% approximately. I've just tried to work out very quickly. But in terms of where we really think we're going to make impact and change, it's around repeated interventions with young people and working with them as they get older. And just one quick statistic from that. So for example, we know that people from non-white backgrounds are underrepresented in physics in this country. There's about 10% BME people in the UK population, roughly based on the latest census data. We work with, it's about 50% BME in our school age cohorts. And I think it's things like that. It would be really great to encourage RAS fellows to look at, because it's making sure we're reaching those communities where we can make the most impact.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much for all your thoughts and for being here today. And there's going to be tea now, just in the library. And then we have the ordinary meeting starting at 4 back here, which is why we need to be out now. And there are 2 talks that we arranged from this group to be in the ordinary meeting as well. So please do stay. Please come back here at 4 o'clock to hear the last 2 talks. Plus there's another 1 or 2 RAS talks as well. So Thank you, everybody.